breakfast.
There's snacks in there.
Okay, thanks.
There's Tim. Okay, you can go.
You ready?
Yep.
You doing all right this morning?
I'd like to call this August 14th call meeting to order. Official time's 8 o'clock. We don't have an agenda ahead of us, but get approval of this work session and meeting will be sufficient.
So moved, Chairman.
We got a motion, we got a second?
Second.
Second, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Ayes have it, thank you. Soon as we can, Commissioner Kitchens, you want to open us up?
I will. I'll open us up with prayer and a pledge this morning, if you don't mind. Y'all bow with me. Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning with thanks, love, just cherishing your name this morning. We ask that you be with us during these meetings today. Be with us and be in our minds, be in our hearts. Help us make the decisions that's best for everyone in this community. We thank you so much for all the things you give us and things you do for us. Thank you for watching over us. Please continue to bless our military, our law enforcement, our first responders. Continue to lay your love and your arms around all those that are needing you and suffering right now with the virus that's still going around. All these things we ask in your precious Son's name. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Kitchens. Mr. Resner, you want to lead off?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. So, I appreciate everybody coming in an extra hour early this morning to talk about this. Yeah. This was something that kind of came up just in the last week or so, and it's very time sensitive, and so wanted to, while we had everybody, or most of you here today, wanted to talk through this as well and get some direction. So you'll recall the American Rescue Plan Act is the congressional bill that was a huge amount of money. There were a lot of different sort of pots of money or programs underneath that bill, and so this is on the NACO website, but I thought it kind of lays it out pretty well. These are the different pots of money. You got state and local fiscal recovery funds, direct financial assistance to individuals and families, education and child care, health, transportation, and other programs. And those are the amounts that were in each one of those. So a month or so ago, we got money directly from the Treasury. And so that was the direct financial assistance. So we got 2.7 million roughly. We'll get that again about in probably 6 months from now. We'll get the second half of that. And that's the money that the board voted to use for broadband. So that was in this 656 billion over here in the top right. The money we're talking about today was in this state and local fiscal recovery funds. And so this money, and this is sort of how that money is divided out: state fiscal recovery fund, local fiscal recovery fund, and others there. So money was sent directly to the state of Georgia, and the state could decide kind of how to use that money. Georgia has now come up with a program, and they're also going to do it once this year and once next year, is what we understand. And they've divided about $1 billion out into three pots. One of them is for broadband. There's about 300 million roughly for. There's about 300 million for broadband. There's about 300 million for water and sewer, and about 300 million for negative economic impacts. And so, what we wanted to talk to you about this morning is the water and sewer money that's available there. And so the state opened the application window. I think it was after the 1st of August. And the window only runs from August 1st to August 31st. And so we got a very short time frame here, and I think they did that intentionally to try to push people towards, shovel-ready projects. And so I think we've got some that fall into that category, and I think we have kind of a unique opportunity before us. We're still working on the Public Facilities Authority, that approach for projects, but we have this now that's been placed in front of us, and so Tim and I have talked. We've talked with Greg Boyke from the Regional Commission, and just to kind of strategize on how we should approach this. You got a month to submit the applications, or really 2 weeks now, and then they'll let us know in October whether we get the money. So we'll know in pretty short order. There's a committee of state representatives and state senators, that's been appointed to evaluate all this. There's a separate group for water and sewer, one for broadband, and one for negative economic impacts. And so this may end up being a very political process, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't give it a shot to get some money through this. So as we've talked through this, a recommendation that Tim and I kind of came up with was, so we planned to borrow $15-ish million through the Public Facilities Authority. That's kind of been the number. We've talked about some well projects. We've talked about Graham Road, Highway 49, tank on Light Tie, and those were kind of the general, about $15 million worth there. And so, the one thing, as I've thought about this, the one thing I think that we could do in this county, for this county, that would have an impact for a long, long time, and probably a greater impact than a lot of other things, is to build a sewer plant and to offer sewer service to.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like that already.
So you've got some costs here for a sewer plant. You've got costs for lines that would extend out into the county and over to Gray Highway. It would enable us to treat our own sewer instead of relying on Macon Water Authority. So that's about, if you put together the plant and the mains there, you're a little north of $20 million there. So our thought was to put together one other thing in terms of the program requirements. They haven't specified a match amount, but they have said that your match percentage would be considered in the scoring process. I think it's 15% or something like that of the scoring process. They do have a scoring process laid out. I said the part about it being a very political exercise, and maybe I shouldn't have done that. They do have a scoring criteria laid out, and so match is part of that. So our thought was, take the projects that we've talked about through the PFA, and then you add in the treatment plant and the sewer mains and pump stations there, and apply for all of that, and say that we'll do a 50-50 match, which gets us to about 16 million or so, and that's roughly what we were planning to borrow through the PFA anyway. So your PFA borrowing serves as a match. So you're basically leveraging that 16 million we were going to borrow anyway to get twice that much in the way of projects. So I kind of wanted to, Tim, any thoughts there that you want to add in?
No, Jason, I think you've hit it to highlights well. We don't have any idea if we'll stand a chance getting this money. but we know if we don't ask, we won't get anything. We do know we have some real need on Graham Road and on the Highway 49 area because of people carrying water. We feel like that falls into the public safety and health issue that money was set up for. So I think we need to give it a shot and see. We'll know when we're supposed to know in about 2 months, 2.5 months. And just see what happens. I will tell you this. Jason's right. There's a scoring criteria laid out. Everybody I talk to, we don't know how that's going to be applied. They do want a 50-50 match. I've been a part of a couple of conversations, and then I've had some other folks that have been part of conversations. In 2 or 3 of the state senators will not say that you have to have 50-50 match, but they told us 4 times it would be good if we had a 50-50 match. So I think they want skin in the game, that's for sure.
Motion to approve leveraging the American Plan, the resources for the sewer, water, et cetera. Amen.
I have a motion, do I have a second? Second. Any more discussion?
It's a no-brainer. That's the only comment.
Right. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Thank you.
Just to let y'all know, Jason and I, we're talking about doing 4 applications. The sewer plant, sewer lines is one. Graham Road one, Highway 49 one, and then the wells and tank is one. That's right, isn't it, Jason? That was the breakdown.
That's right. And kind of what I suspect, and I don't have a whole lot to base this on, but I suspect we might get a call at some point during all this from somebody with the governor's office or something. They said, look, we got your applications here. We want to give you $4 million. Tell us what you want to use it for. We're not going to pick one of these projects. You tell us, how you want to use it. So if that happens, we'll come back here and kind of figure that out. But
That'd be a good problem.
Yeah.
Would we? I would think we would. Let's start looking now at what our best application would be.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with what you said. If we can tie in infrastructure, health and safety, ground ready or shovel ready project, then we're talking about the 49 project where we know we got people carrying water.
Mm-hmm.
We put that on there. I think that is if I were evaluating a project and I said, well, you got people that don't have water, that's a little more than people that have, a little bit of water.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
but if there's another criteria that 50% of the grading is, getting service to somebody that don't have it, then that might be another project. I don't know. We just need to look at the evaluation sheet, or the criteria, and see what they're.
And so you all think it's better to submit individual projects as to one comprehensive project?
We don't know for sure, and we have been told that on the webinar. I'm trying to think how they put this. I think so. As you watch the webinar for this, and it was one that was OPB and ACCG put this thing on. They're very much still trying to figure out how this is all going to work. So, I mean, that was very obvious, as they talked through everything. And so I don't think they know at this point how to give us guidance on that. What she did say, that I think what she said, as I remember, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think I remember hearing that if you have projects that are where you have different match amounts, it might make sense to split them out into different applications. But they said it is acceptable to put them all in one application. Sort of, my thought was, in terms of splitting them out, was so they've got $300 million that they're going to try to scatter throughout the state of Georgia. If all we've got sitting out there is one project that looks like it's 33 million or whatever. I don't want to get bypassed, with them looking for a $2 million project to give. And so I thought it might make sense to have projects of, varying amounts on there, so that if they're going to pick one and just give us money for that, we've got some different amounts out there. It's not just one,
Take it or
one
leave it.
giant yeah.
I guess because I looked at the amount, right? 300 plus million, 159 counties. I'm just thinking
Yeah.
equity, right? 20 million. Knowing that not every county is going to apply, right? So then that maybe increases the pool. And I think it presents a more compelling argument to say, hey, we've got a serious infrastructure problem that's north of 30 million that no small county of our size can normally afford to do, right? That's what I'm thinking. And maybe in our title page, cover page, we say, hey, we need this. And I would break out the individual project costs. So if you have to, then, you can select project A, C, and E. But I'd want to, create a compelling argument that without you, we can't do this. Because I can imagine like a Hancock County could never come up with $30 million. I can't see it. They may look at us and go, well, Jones County, you're a tier 1, tier 2. You might be able to do this. But if we're talking about $30 million, no, it's not realistic.
So can you break down the main number with phase 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then put numbers on it, saying that, like I said, this is our project, but with our money, we can only do half of number 1.
Yeah. I'll have to check and see. I'm not sure. Greg Borky was saying that it's a very simple application. It's only like 4 pages long. And so from that, I take there's not a whole lot of detail in there. But I think you probably could, split it out in some kind of way like that.
Jason, to describe the project and give your timeline, you only have 400 words. I think that's why Greg was thinking doing multiple applications, because we'd have 400 words per group of project to describe what the project was and how it affected the residents or the community from a public health standpoint.
Can we do 5, one $16 million, and then 4 $4 million? Use the same 4 words. We in desperate need.
So I think we're good with whatever y'all think. If y'all want us to try to put it all on one, we can certainly try to do that. But if y'all are good with putting it out, that may give us a little more room to make our case.
Are they going to give any more guidance other than that webinar that was a learn as you go, or?
It's possible. I think so there's a broadband pot of money too, and I've talked to Tri-County a little bit about that, and they said they had heard rumor that it may get extended. The August 31st date may get extended.
Yeah.
And so if that happens, then there's more time for some more guidance and question and answer and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I've seen that, because we're seeing it with the ARP funding. It was so hurry up and get your request in. Okay, you got to approve it at the local level. Then it goes to the state level, and if the state approves it. Well, we're now getting applications back from the federal that are saying, no, that's not qualified. That has been approved locally, approved by the state, and then the federal saying, no, it's not qualified to have any impact on COVID or COVID relief. So they're kicking it out. But they're also saying you were allotted this much money, so if this project's not approved, you can move that money into another project that was approved.
Okay.
Well, that just throws it back on us to go, all right, well, now what, then
Yeah.
everybody's like, well, I need that money. That does bring up a good point, though, about the broadband, because we voted to take that CARES 2 funding that we have for infrastructure. I think we put broadband, water, and sewer, didn't we?
I think the way it was,
How did
I
we
think the
word
way it
that?
was worded was broadband.
Okay.
In the motion. So on on the broadband, and I mean, y'all, you know, we haven't done anything there yet, and so, I mean, that's still, you know, if there was a desire to go back and do something different there, but on the broadband, we Will and I talked yesterday with Tri-County about that piece of it, and whether or not to apply for some of that, or if they could apply directly. This program through the state is kind of unusual in that they're letting business associations, not individual businesses, but business associations and nonprofits apply directly for the money. And so I don't think that'll impact us a whole lot on the water and sewer, but on the broadband, you know, that's sort of a different element that you typically don't see in programs like this. So, so we've just sort of started a dialogue with Tri-County about, you know, whether we should apply for more. And there's a lot of moving parts with that, because there's some implications with the RDOF money that was a big federal broadband thing that happened a year or so ago. So still trying to sort that part of it out, and we got a lot more information about that yesterday, and we're still trying to digest that, figure that out, and see if there would be any benefit to us applying for some of that broadband pot money too. So.
Yeah. 'Cause I mean, my thought was if we've got that money sitting aside, even if we're limited on the amount we can borrow on our PFA, if we're at 16.5 and we can only borrow 15, then that other $1.5 million that we're promising for a match on this round could come from that funding.
Okay.
If
Yeah.
we got money for broadband, we could move that back into this pot.
Mhm.
But I guess, as like Ashley said, that's a good problem to have, that we've allocated money and we got money that we can get,
Mm-hmm.
that we're already going down that path, and then there's an opportunity to get alternative funding
Mhm.
to help with that.
Yeah.
Still a no-brainer. Apply for all of it, 7 different ways if we have to.
Yeah. And there's another program under this somewhere that's public lands counties. At some point, we're going to get some money, I think, as a quote-unquote public lands county because of the National Wildlife Refuge. So I don't have any idea of what that will be exactly. Last I read, they were still trying to sort out the funding formula for that, but there'll be more coming that way too. So that may be 20,000 or maybe 20 million. I don't have any idea. But,
Apply for it.
yeah.
That's right.
So,
Well, that was the easiest work session ever, Chairman.
We're not through yet.
Why not? Well, you voted yes on everything.
You had one other thing you want to talk about, or was that all of it for that?
I think that was it for this one. Tim, do we have anything else we needed? Now, y'all are good with the multiple applications, or you want to do a single application?
I think I'd headline it with the amount we needed and then break it down. that's my thought. What do y'all think? They might go through and choose, well, we can do this part, this part.
My only concern is if we only have 400 words, can we get that information to them so they know what we're asking for in 400 words, other than here's the dollar amount. I don't know.
Sounds like Tim's inclination is to break it into separate. Is that right?
And was Greg Borky in that? I mean, they write grants all the time, so I would think, and we may know a little more in the next week or two. You know,
Yeah.
that
changes it.
might help us with that decision. I mean, I think there's a better win. I don't think there's a lose on either way we do it.
The 400 words, without question, gives me the inclination to apply for the separate project so you can make a more compelling argument, even though the big number to me says this is a huge infrastructure issue in their county. When they start adding them up, they're going to see that, oh, hey, here's the issue. Or he's going to get a call and say, hey, why did you guys apply for 4 projects? Because we couldn't fit it all in 400 words. So I'm okay either way.
Okay.
And I think nonprofits are going to make a difference when you start talking about water and sewer, because they'll figure out a way to make that work.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that they're leasing or renting or borrowing from a government agency.
Commissioner Martin,
Yes, sir.
Do you know the folks out in the Highway 49 area, Morris Stevens Road, that are hauling water?
I don't know them. I remember 8
You know where
years.
they're at?
Not all of them, because 8 years ago when they all came, I didn't even. I've been out there, but I don't remember all of them. It's been
Okay.
such a long time.
On Moore Stevens.
You got Woodard Tractor, and then you got,
That whole area.
Yeah,
whole area out there.
And it's still a problem there with the water.
yeah. Woodard and everybody else. That's what I remember.
Quarter half mile west of 18 at 49, back in that general area.
But if you're asking me to go out there and do something special for this, absolutely. I'll get to know everybody. And I think Wendy has all the addresses and knows who's out there.
Well, I know she had a message a week or so ago. There are a couple folks on Sand Creek Trail that are having problems.
Hmm.
It'd just be nice that, we have 5 families, 10 families, 30 families, whatever it is, that are having these issues. I know Morris Stevens, that Grizzleville Shortcut, that area out there, historically has been a poor area for wells, from what Greens has told me. I'm just looking for narrative for the project description.
Obviously, Green would be a good contact. I would ask Jeffrey, who's still getting water other than Woodard? Do you know?
No, I've always had a handful of people, especially off of Morris Stevens, that come in to me, and, I could also help in that.
Okay.
Commissioner Martin, go out there to see.
All right. All right. Well, we'll group attack it and find out, and then get us some additional narrative for that. And hopefully that'll help.
Tim, is water quality one of the criteria on there? Because I think we could put in, I know Sand Creek, Graham Road, Graham Woods, that strip through there has got some, I mean, they're all on wells, but it's really some rough quality water. I mean, I've had complaints for years that people are changing filters 3 or 4 times a year because of the not contaminants, but the discoloring of the water and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's a good argument that they can get volume of water, they can't get quality of water though.
Yeah, I know we ended up having to buy one because we were throwing clothes away because we had so much iron and manganese. After a while, the filter just wouldn't take it out. So, and I know several folks in the subdivision behind us that are the same way. So that was going to be in there. But I know having to haul water, there's a lot more chance for contamination, especially with the bacteria. And that's why I was wondering about that.
The water quality is an issue all over the county. I know Bradley has issues too, because even in my personal well, it has iron bacteria that I have to deal with and change filters once a month. So it's a general problem.
Anything else on this?
That's all I had.
All right. So that's the end of our call meeting.
Yeah, we just lumped it all together.
That's fine. Any other comments from the commissioners?
Ashley, can we talk about other things in the work session, or does it have to be on the agenda?
I think you're fine going into some other things. I mean, you can't,
Well-
You can't make action. You can't take
Yeah.
No,
action.
this is just discussion, something
Yeah,
we've
just
talked,
discussion,
something we've
just
talked
fine.
about before,
Yeah.
and it's, talking about the rec leagues and whether we're gonna ask them for some kind of contract or some kind of, financial report or audit or something. We've talked about it 2 or 3 different times, and every year when baseball, football, and all start up, and we had a conversation with somebody about basketball not too long ago about how I think as these leagues get bigger and bigger, because in the past it was always just baseball and football, and now we got track and soccer and basketball and all that are that are getting up in numbers and getting up in quality of play and use of our facilities and all. So, and I don't know, I think they just kind of morphed into, I mean, some of them didn't even know that other than the agreement to use the fields or use the gyms or something, didn't know there was anything else to it other than, hey, the county lets us use the field. But I think that has got us to historically where we are today with some leagues are run better than others, and I think it is, I keep saying it's a representation of us when they say, and I'll pick one, baseball is, there's always problems. Why don't the county do something? Why don't the county do this? Why don't the county do that? The county's always got, because it is a Jones County rec baseball, Jones County rec football. It's a reflection on us, and we're sitting up here going, we sign an agreement to let them use the fields, and we give them money for folks that can't afford to play. That's all we do. That's all we know. What are y'all's thoughts on that?
The original intent of the Recreation Advisory Board was to address some of those things and help facilitate the challenges and opportunities. I don't remember the last time they were assembled or even if they're operational. I think it had representation from each of the districts, and maybe that model needs to be addressed with representation from each of the leagues. So each league has a voice. And then us not only saying, okay, here's a financial format. We do need a report because we know we had some money issues at one point. But then here's how you do it. And that is probably a Parks and Rec thing. You need to have some bylaws. You need to structure meetings. And you need to have this kind of membership and address these things. And then maybe even Matt kind of coordinating a league director's training, right? So they know how to run and operate a league. Because we know football is probably one of the best run, but they also can have challenges too, mostly personnel at the helm, but they've successfully done it year after year. Baseball at 18 has done a really good job. I don't know too much about soccer, but I haven't heard many complaints about soccer, so evidently they're doing something right. Basketball has gone up and down, and then that helps us to create a better response to issues by providing that upfront training and then maybe having some ongoing dialogue at times. And Matt's the conduit, so if we don't hear anything from Matt or no one shows up, we just think everything's going okay.
Well, I think we did have people appointed to that board, and I know as we move around with commissioners and with different people, I think there's probably, I don't know, maybe only be 2 people on that board that are still, that would still be active based on who put them in, who nominated them for that position. So we probably need to revamp that board and get it active again. But I do think we need to, because every year when one sport starts up, I start hearing, well, this has been a problem for 20 years. Well, why are we just hearing about it? But and I think we don't hear about it unless it's a big problem. We've heard about issues with baseball, because it got to be a financial issue, or we had more people complaining about something. That's how it gets to us. But I do think we need to have more input into it. I think we've discussed several times, we don't want to run the leagues. I don't think that needs to be a county function personally, but I do think we've got to have more oversight and more involvement and more hands-on and more accountability and transparency from them, because it does ultimately belong to us and affect us. So,
And this would probably be a great time to kick up a Parks and Rec committee so we can at least work session, so we can start communicating with them so they also have a point of contact. And give some direction there too, because at the end of the day, they don't know any more than the previous board told them.
And those boards change sometimes and I said this, I grew up coaching and being on boards and stuff like that, and I was guilty of it too. You're on a board at Little League because your kids are in Little League. You're on a board in the junior league because your kids in junior league are on the, you follow your child through them, and after your child, you don't really have as much interest in it as you did before. That's natural. But I can use an example of football when Curtis Lanford and Eric and Jamie were there for over 20 years. because they lived and breathed that stuff. Even when their kids were grown, they were almost there when their grandkids came back. But you know, that was a program that was run a certain way for 20 years. Baseball is run a certain way every 2 or 3 years, it seems like, and you know, as the boards change, you may not get the information from one board to the next that you need. That's where we've always run into, well, there was supposed to be $3,000. We got there and there was only 100, you know, or there was only 1,000. We got to get that accountability, because if you look at the raw numbers there, if you look at the number of what it costs for a player, what it costs to pay an umpire, and what it costs to buy jerseys, uniforms, and trophies at the end of the year, no league should be losing money based off the numbers and the amount that you pay for your child to play and the amount it costs to run that operation. You shouldn't lose money.
I agree. I would love to call a Parks and Rec committee meeting and let's work that out, or at least start to create the framework for it. And even reaching back and talking to Jamie and those guys, hey, what did you guys do that helped you guys be successful? We know without question it was working relationship, because that's the number one reason why boards break down. There's a personality conflict or some other challenge, or a coach of a team who's on the board who makes a call about the refs decision. And speaking of that, when it comes down to refs and umpires, having a collective group to negotiate ensures that we don't have those challenges where a certain group gets paid this amount and this group doesn't get paid, or outstanding checks after the league has ended their season. So I would love to do that, because I think it's necessary. When I inherited the track program the year that they made me the coach, I was like, whoa, what are we doing? And why are we doing it this way? And I feel like I had a double accountability, because I still had to come back here, and if there was an issue, I'm also the commissioner that's running the track program. But we were able to create some systems to make it successful that year. And then my child graduated, and I didn't have to do it anymore. So
See, that's what I'm talking about. I'm out. My kid's out, I'm out.
parents are crazy in Jones County about their kids in sports.
That's
And
true.
certainly structure the contract that they sign with the additional requirements for them to utilize our facilities. You know, accountability for the money that's earmarked from the county for certain purposes, and how that's reported back, and, you know, anything that comes out of that work session that, you know, you all decide you want to implement, we can make those changes to the contract that they enter into.
And definitely establishing the financial reporting aspect of it. Not that I want to tax Levita with anything else, but it's more, at least so we know that there was money going in, and when the next team comes along, there are resources.
I'm thinking if we look at the software that we've agreed to purchase for recreation, we'll find out that in there is that accountability for the financials part of it too. Because if that software is,
One of the issues though, having, Lita, correct me if I'm wrong, they're not in our financials in any way. They have their own bank
No, but
accounts,
we
they have their
could-
own credit
we
cards.
could create a template for
Oh,
them
for
to
them
have
to
to
report.
go by to report back
Yeah.
into us, their incomes,
Yeah.
so I think that that's a way that we could do it. I know
Yeah.
when I was over PTA for the Middle Georgia area, my audit report was the same report for every county or
Right.
every school system, but it was a template that I provided them to show me along with their bank accounts and all of that kind of stuff when I had to audit them. So I think it's something simple that each one of the sports, we could have that template that they report to somebody with at some point in time during their year of sport.
And definitely, for me, the last thing would be records management, because I remember we did have an issue one year where identity theft happened, and that was a real thing. You would never think that some adult would take some kid's information, but, you know, these teams are collecting raw data because they have birth certificates and all this stuff. How you manage that, because at the end of the day, it came back to us that, hey, you guys authorized this league, and someone, you know, created this false identity for someone and did some damage. So I think we need to look at it. If we're gonna go in there, we kind of set the framework again for it to be safe for everybody to participate, and we do it in the right way.
Yeah, maybe we just put a standard operating procedure manual together, because I think we were talking with Dr. Moore about basketball, and she had some questions about coaching and having some issues about funding the background checks for coaches, for all coaches that applied. And if 20 people applied and only 3 got, you were paying for 17 that either didn't want to coach or didn't show up to coach or just didn't make the cut or whatever. And I think I understood her say that she didn't realize that we needed to be doing that or when she first got there. But, we've talked about it, but I think we were talking more about baseball and football and maybe track or, as we're coming in. But I don't know that all sports knows all the details. And it's because we don't have a common form or a common procedure or policies to send to them. So I think that's one thing we probably need to do is make sure everybody's doing background checks and make sure everybody's getting coaches that are qualified and all that.
And lastly, I went through NICA training with the mountain bike group. It probably has the most extensive training program I've ever seen. It was probably 35 hours of online modules that took you from the background checks, which happened through Sterling. They did a national check, which was comprehensive, almost to equivalent of being a school teacher. But they took you through the safety aspect of it too, because when you join the board, you don't know that, hey, if you're out there on the football field and the kid has a fracture, what you're supposed to do. Thank God we do have EMTs, but at a track meet, we don't always have an EMT. And I don't know that at every baseball game that there's an EMT present and how to manage those things. And for cycling, what do you do when you're out in the woods in Dorset Trail and there is no immediate medical facility within 30 miles? I had to go to wilderness certification class, and I'm sitting in the class like, I'm going to reset a bone? Oh, sure. That's within my wheelhouse now. And CPR and first aid, those are basic things that most coaching people don't think about. So I throw that out there. NICA has a really good program. Take a look at their coaches training program because it's intense, and I think it will give us a little more insulation too from a safety aspect that, hey, we have this regimented program that they can go through, and it makes them safe and us safe and protects our kids.
Anything else on this?
A lot of good ideas, we just need to standardize and streamline. That way every one program's run like the other, and back and forth.
There's nothing else. We got 15 minutes. We can take a break before we go to our work session. Need a motion?
Motion to take a break before we go to our work session.
I was looking for a motion to adjourn our open session.
Motion to adjourn.
Wendy wasn't getting my...
Oh, I'm sorry, I was right.
Aye.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
We had two motions.
Motion to take a break. That's a new one.
I was gonna second that.
I was gonna boycott if he didn't give it a second.
I didn't get my push-ups this morning. Don't mind.
Get them in. I would like you to do an incline though.
I'll count for you.
Incline. Put your feet there and do the incline.
Side to side.
See, my feet won't go that high. I have to use the box.
You're gonna sit side by side, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm ready to take a picture.
Come on.
Oh, you gonna be? I'm gonna use the box.
What box?
Oh, it's not a box.
If I gotta pick my...
You're 6 feet tall, man.
What are y'all doing? I'm about
Not
to
that
get out of the
tall.
way.
I'm not that tall.
Inclines, push-ups.
I gotta go a little more.
This is my incline push-up.
Are they having a competition?
Yes,
We're
they're
taking a
men,
picture of
right?
them having a competition.
They're men.
But they still haven't come and competed with you in
I
pickleball.
know they haven't.
Oh, wow. Now it's coming in. Wow. Every time I give it a thumbs up, that's all I'm gonna just have to show up.
Of course, as usual, I'm the last one here. Come on, Ashley, to roll in late.
It's all right. We're all trickling in on the Saturday morning. Gotta remember whose idea was this.
At the first week of school?
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, wow.
I called Jill Luddy the other day. I said, boss man, I'm tired. You hear me? I'm tired. He was laughing at me.
If you call and I don't answer, I might be home taking a nap.
These 14-year-old days. And I mean, it's like I told him, it is not dealing with my best friend outside students. It ain't none of that. It's contractors. It's killing me.
Have you seen that pop up?
What she's asking for.
Oh, no, it's
Okay.
6 hours.
But it did it in another town too.
Today?
Yeah, early.
Use that there.
I thought it said you
I think there's a two-year also.
It might not have been.
I saw one when Debbie Lurie passed.
Yeah, but it was
And then.
like right when we first got started.
Last night, 11:45, I had lunch driver that decided that at 11:45, that was the appropriate time to call him and tell him that his son had COVID.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and 45-minute conversation. And then at 5 o'clock this morning, a coach that couldn't remember the key code to get onto the bus. Man, I just wanted to sleep.
I just want to sleep.
You know, instead of getting up at 5 o'clock this morning, I was looking forward to 6:30.
I got to admit, that bed was feeling good this morning when I said, no, don't tell me I gotta get up.
Chris asked me, he was actually late this morning when I got up because he was worried that I had overslept. And he said, well, did River come home? I said, how am I supposed to know? I was asleep. Yeah, who bought breakfast? That's what I want to know. Where's breakfast?
You had to bring the beer because you was late.
I know.
As long as you drink Corona beer, you can't get Corona.
Okay.
That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Tell you what, I might have made a mistake wearing shorts.
Well, I was deciding on if I could wear shorts this morning, so I said, I'll just throw on a pair of blue jeans. Nobody will ever see them. Good morning. I'm here. All right, Jeff. How accurate is Morning, Terry.
Hey. How you doing, Jennifer? Good. She just bopped you on the back of the head.
She did.
Uh-oh, that looks like a workers' comp claim to me.
Yeah, I think it might start hurting later.
All right, what time we gonna get through? We keep these two right here from running them out. We'll be fine. Tell you what, you take your pen and throw that way.
I'm gonna get Leslie to bop him upside the head.
So Leslie, you got the mute button on that side. Wendy, you got the mute button on this side. I didn't get to do my push-ups. I was running late this morning. My wife thinks I'm crazy. You're doing them wrong. I said, I don't give a damn how I do them. I'm doing my push-up.
At least you're doing
Huh?
it. At least you're doing it.
Yeah. Well, see, my son-in-law and daughter are both physical therapists, and they got me doing these crazy push-ups because my trying to. Number one, I'm doing to strengthen my back. So it does help my back to do that. But they want me to kind of come off the ground, arch, pick up. I mean, just like I look like a mermaid going through the water. I'm going, you know, that just gets old. I just get there and do my 16, be done with it.
It's the red day.
Y'all got y'all new shirts on. Check this out. Y'all twins this morning.
I know.
Twinsies.
Twinsy. I have a pot of coffee. That's all I need.
Some kind of liquid or fluid. Coffee now, or water now, coffee at the break. Tough decision.
Where'd you get them shoes at?
You don't like my kicks?
No, I did. What are they?
Kicks?
Kicks.
That's not,
I don't think I've ever seen kicks before.
no. That's not what they are.
That's not what the brand,
That's what you call tennis shoes, kicks.
that's what the slang term for it.
I'm learning.
I'm teaching you to be cool.
Oh, okay. I got my flip-flops on. And my wife threw away my Kinos from Key West, and she says, "You are not wearing them." The little string broke. I still have one string left between my toes. We got those things on our 30th, no, 25th wedding anniversary.
I have to buy you some more of those.
Well, here's the funny thing about it. I said, when I had the plane, so I flew up to Key West. And my wife lived there for 8 years, and she said, all we ever wore was Kino sandals. And by the time, I mean, just a hole in the wall. I said, like, from right here? Yeah, and I mean, there are little old ladies sitting there making these things by hand, you know, cutting the thing out. I'm going,
What is she doing for us?
her daddy was on, in the Navy, stationed on a submarine, so they lived there 8 years. And she
Nice
loved
place
it.
to live?
Well, back then it was. Right now, it's different.
Yeah.
I can't handle that. But next thing, we went to Kino sandals, and believe it or not, they had a size 14. I had to wear a size bigger sandals. She got them bad boys at like $12. They lasted me all the way up to just here recently. And my wife was like, maybe it was our 30th wedding anniversary, but whatever. We went down on a special occasion. But so she says, she's thrown them away twice, and I've got them out of trash. Last time, the string broke in the middle, and they got to where my feet, I was walking out of them. They were sore. So she threw them away. She said, I'm sure glad you don't have no more Kino sandals. She's going to have a duck when she sees a FedEx man show up there and put them, because I went and ordered them. I don't know when they're going, I don't know when they're going to get here, but they, you know, they're just a know-nothing leather sandal that's just as.
Yeah, the way you do this, you sort of narrow it down to however many different options, and then you send it out, and so when you get it.
Do you have any idea if I have anything in my box?
Put a check.
If you need something else, we can put it in there.
I check it like every 3 months.
What you doing?
You wanna go down and check it?
I was just checking.
Oh, okay.
You wanna
That
go
was
down and
just
check it?
streaming, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Be careful what you say. We're still streaming, so.
That's why I don't like the not center at all. Because, you know, everybody sits there and looks this way and nobody's pumping it. Everybody's not bringing it.
we were doing, 2 or 3 days worth instead of, part of my business. Somewhere, I have this scenario, and it's be somewhere north, it talks about so hours, which is good. Because obviously it's not anywhere here. And, but anyway, it's like a place that, so it lays out this scenario, this apartment needs this much, this apartment needs this, whatever. And then you have this much money to help. Yeah, not in the groups. And, so maybe an exercise like that, maybe it's one of these things, I mean, beneficial, yeah.
Yeah, got in her boat. Me and Sam, we started helping her out.
Who's that?
Actually, didn't have a whole lot in her mailbox. We need to start helping her out.
You got it.
Don't you
It's,
start putting
it's
your
on.
stuff in there.
It's on now.
John the other day was going through his like, oh, I got the chairman.
Newbie. That's the benefits of being here more than 1 year. You know, these are, who ordered these chairs? I want to know before I say what I'm going to say.
What are you gonna say?
These are some of the nicest chairs I've ever sat in.
Shannon ordered them.
They are comfortable.
They are comfortable.
They're
They're
gaming chairs.
They tried to throw me out.
really, they were. Matter of fact, I need to. Will you email me where you got them from?
Staples or?
Because we got contract with Staples and Office Depot with the school district, so these would be perfect for my conference room. They're really. I mean, they're. I love this. Functional. They're comfortable. Yeah.
And this ain't trying to throw me out yet. We might be thrown out before the meeting.
Y'all haven't started moving down.
I mean, they are cool. Look like a Lamborghini seat or something, but they're really cool, and I like them. I like them a lot.
Say, if you were gonna say something else, I was gonna say, I think you'll be nowhere.
Levita's already in there blaming us for taking stuff out of the budget. I don't believe I did that. But you did. Did you know that, Chris? The $1,000 for each league that ask us to pay for the kids that can't afford it during the different departments, money that we pulled that out of in our savings ventures. We pulled that money out of their budgets. I think we would have done that. That's not you, Jim. What is this thing doing? Chairman, stop.
Will you turn it off?
So that what my hearing aid.
Driving me crazy.
I was hearing that. There we go.
Chairman, it's 9 o'clock, that's all I know. Moving on. We're not gonna be late today.
We won't leave by 5.
I'm gonna have a fun slumber party tonight, so I'm ready for it.
You might be saying.
We asked her what she wanted, we was thinking like,
I love
you
him.
know, we bought the stuff to bake the cake, cupcakes, got ice cream, cones, all kind of junk food, little baby cokes, about that big, so they can really enjoy it. We asked her, so what do you want for dinner? We were thinking they would want to make cookies and pies. So I said, tacos. I'm like, really? Yeah.
I would have thought pizza.
Yeah. And I was like, she said, yeah, me and Kennedy love tacos.
This,
Alrighty then. Exactly. No problem. We have, when she stays with us, she stays with us every Wednesday night. Well, this week her mom was sick. We thought it was made her toes, but she got tested negative. She's sick as a dog all week, so we kept her all this past week. So Tuesday night,
Will you
we
get
had
everybody
tacos
at 9
because
o'clock?
tacos are good. So we had tacos. Well,
boss
we
lady has spoken.
so tomorrow night, she said, what are we having tomorrow night? I
Leslie's
said,
got one.
it's Wacky Wednesday.
We changed the battery and it's not.
I know it. Yeah, I changed it too, and I don't know what's going on.
Welcome back.
Who's got the live with it?
I entertain a quick motion to go into work session with that.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Ayes have it. Administration's first on the list.
I think we got revenue first.
Oh, I'm bad, I'm looking on this.
Which one are we using?
Revenue first on the list, excuse me.
We don't have any special items here for revenue. So I thought it might be good for, just to kind of kick things off for the board to,
Turned your alarm off, or I snoozed it.
I thought my hearing aids were.
9 o'clock.
If you got a second, would be great too.
A third
Thank
one
you.
would be great.
Apparently, just bring in a
Didn't
handful
get a chance to
of
go by my office this morning. Get one.
highlighters. Everybody's like, a third one, of course.
I thought I had a pen. I was writing with a pen.
yeah, to start off, you know, we always spend a lot of time talking about the expense side of the budget and the different items that people are requesting but I thought it might be good to spend just a few minutes this morning talking about the revenue side of the budget and what our sources of revenue are and how much those are so we have Levita here and she's going to talk you all through that.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
I just want to give you, I know we have a couple of new commissioners on board. Welcome. And I just want to inform everybody on the revenue side what the finance department does. According to our tax digest in 2021, which is this current year, our net increase will be $425,534, or roughly 3.79%, according to our documentation received by our county tax commissioner, Mr. Brian Jackson. Last year, our net dollar increase was $178,860, or roughly 1.62%, which leads me to discuss our local government revenue, which comes from property, sales, and other taxes, charges and fees, transfers from federal and state governments, and our taxes account for 79% of our revenue. According to our audit, our final audit in 2020, majority of our taxes or our revenue is from taxes. Taxes constitute the largest source of our general revenue, and property taxes represent a key component of the revenue. The share of our local general revenue from taxes has remained steady, and the share from our federal and state has fluctuated somewhat over time. I got a few examples. Property taxes in 2019, 10.2 million. 2020, 10.4 million. 2021, 10.8. We are not done getting our property taxes for 2021 so far. Okay. This is what we're basing it on. TABT, everybody knows what that is, the birthday tax. Vehicle title avalorium tax. 2019, 1.1 million. 2020, 1.5. 2021, 1.6. Our insurance premium tax. 2019, this comes from the state, 1.6. 2020, 1.7. 2021, 1.8. And we have 1 month to go, which will get another probably lump sum of approximately $185,000 from the state. We'll get that usually on the 28th of every month. And our local options premium tax, that's what we'll get, one more, I'm sorry, but the insurance premium tax is once a year. The local option sales and use tax, 2019 is 1.7, 2020 was 1.9, and now 2021 is 1.7 with the additional 185 approximately coming.
So 1.9,
1.9.
close, right?
Yeah, we're not for sure. The last payment we got was 185. And we got that on July the 28th.
Our other types of revenues for the county, non-tax revenues, includes fines, forfeitures, money posted to a guaranteed appearance in court, court fees and costs. We earn interest from our investments. We have 2 investments. We have 2 money market accounts, one at Cadence Bank and one at Morris Bank. We earn interest from the majority of our accounts. As you know, some are interest bearing and some are not. As you know, we charge our citizens and other governments for such services as water, sewer, recreation. We charge for the E911 user fees for your cell phones, building permit fees, beer and wine fees, motor vehicle tag collection fees. We receive funds from the federal and state in form of our grants. Here at Jones County, our revenue forecasting method and assumptions are based on historical trend. No forecast is perfect. It is not perfect. Planning for untimely circumstances are always necessary. With our sufficient reserves, this helps with the inevitable misses, for an example, COVID-19, which started late 2019 and really coming full swing here in March 2020. Jones County has continued to maintain a secure fund balance to cover approximately 6 months of our operating expenses in an event of an unforeseen circumstances like COVID-19. As the budgeted year unfolds, actual revenue received are tracked against the projections. Adjustments are made. The budget can be handled. We have inaccuracies sometimes and sometimes we don't, so we make those adjustments throughout the month. Our best practice is to verify the accuracy of the estimates against our actual, and we do that on a month-to-month basis. Lastly, I just want to mention when our major project funds are received. Example, the Snyder project came in, I believe it was like 1.4 million. Those funds will always show up in your revenue, always, which will impact our bottom line of our revenue. But remember, those funds are totally restricted. You cannot use those funds for anything else in that operating budget. So you may see that the bottom line looks good. Well, it has that 1.4 million in there. So can't really, base it on that. Our predicted revenues for our fiscal year 2022 is approximately, as of last night, $21,634,298. It will change probably.
21 what, babe? I mean,
21,
so feed it.
634.
I'm talking to my wife. How much money we got, babe? 21, that's bad.
634, 298.
Thank you.
For their new property taxes for this year coming up, for this budget for fiscal year 2022, we're looking at hopefully getting 11.2 million. $11,237,032. In our ad valorem taxes, we're hoping to get revenue in of $1,745,000. Our local option sales and use tax is generated by the state. They tell Brian and myself what we must put in the budget for our local option sales and use tax, as well as our insurance premium tax that is generated by the state. We have no chance of wavering. We have to use those numbers to get to the millage. That number is $1,972,430.63. Are there any questions?
What was our total on 2021? We were at 21,634 estimated this year. What was ours in total 2021? Did you get it?
2145, 849.83.
Okay.
quick question, which may seem like the obvious one. So if we had a budget of 21 million last year and we got an increase of new revenue of 425,000, is that right?
That's according to the new digest. That's what Brian and Mr. Tony George.
Okay.
Those are the numbers for which will be in the paper this week for the 5-year history.
So that sounds like that's the only extra money we have, is that correct?
According to the digest.
I just want to make sure I'm, not spending any more money than we have, right?
That's
Okay.
according to the digest. And I have a copy here before it hits the paper if somebody wants to see it.
Levito, question on the projected revenue for this year. How much do we still, I know it's not your department, but how much do we still have under appeal? Are you aware of that, or how much do we have under appeal for us?
I have no idea.
Okay.
That would be Mr. George.
Okay, that'd be a question for him later. Okay, thank you.
Because that increase is projected, right, based on the.
Projected.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments?
It could change, fluctuates. And we base most of our, our revenues on historical trend.
Only comments I got is the obvious. We don't know what, I mean, every year we say thank you, but, you keep us in line, you keep us updated, you keep us out of jail, you keep us you keep us above the line. You do what, more than we expect from you, and we do appreciate it because you make it easy for us to make some of the easy and hard decisions. I do think we're in a pretty good place, all things considered, from last year, because the economy and everything was in a bad place with so many unknowns. To come out of it with at least break even, I would be happy with that. So thank you, good job, and thank you.
I said,
And I made it available for all the commissioners to see where we stand as of last night. Your budget that is on there.
yeah, we do appreciate you very much. It's many a night I come by here and look, and that Lincoln's still sitting up here. Thank you, Levita.
She needs a county vehicle with a big deer.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
Guard on the front.
If she, DNR's gonna lock her up, she keep killing these deer going down the road.
I think she got more than most hunters.
You done hit, what, 2 now?
In the Jeep, there's been like 4 or 5.
So if you just buy a license, you get a license, you get a limit of 12 a year.
You're supposed to stay on the road when you see them on the road.
Oh, yeah, I hit 2 the same night.
Do you know, in our neighborhood?
That object in the road, you're supposed to slow down, not hit the gas.
Mr. Risner?
All right, let's see, up next, here we have, let me grab a schedule. And-
Do you have an extra copy of that budget report just so I can follow along?
Oh, thank you. And,
I left your stuff in
No,
there.
that's just mine. Like, I gave her everything
Oh.
that's in her box.
It's okay, I was just gonna follow along.
I can get you one.
If you ever don't mind, you won't, I'm watching.
and I should have mentioned this early on, we've got 15-minute segments here for each department, and the instructions I've given to the department head were they had 7 minutes for comments, and then there'll be 8 minutes for board questions. Leslie's got cards over there to kind of keep time and keep us all on track. Her question to me earlier was, should I do that to the board? And I said, well.
Absolutely.
Probably so.
You can elbow him, okay, just.
Yeah, that's why it's sitting next to me.
You got the mute button on that side, and Wendy, you got the mute button on that
Okay,
side.
thank you.
Call backhand.
You can probably do it all in one motion.
All right, and so what you have in front of you there is a big blue sheet of paper. And this is the list of all the special requests from the various departments. And so this is what they'll be focusing on today. There'll be some departments that'll come before you that don't have anything here. And I've sort of counseled them just to
to give a general update of what their departments do. And then they'll be available to answer any questions y'all might have. So to kick it off here, we have administration and we'll cover a couple things here. I've got one item and a couple things that either Shannon or I might talk about, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions. So the first thing there is item number 1 on your list, the rental of a large format scanner. We've got a lot of old construction plans in my office and a lot of others as well. They're just rolled up old paper copies and really not a lot of use to us. And so what I would like to do is to scan those in and have a digital copy of them so that they're accessible, and it's more likely that we'll use them and not lose them. And so I checked one price on having somebody do this, and it's like $3 a page to get somebody to scan it. We talked to our copier people, and they can rent us one for like $400 a month. And so I think we come out a lot better that way. We've got hundreds and hundreds of pages of plans, and so so we would like to rent one of those scanners for the 2,400 would be for 6 months, and we may not need it for that long, but that's what that item is. Do you want me to talk about your two, or you want to talk, or?
The two things that I asked for, number 13 and 14 on your list. Salary increases was the first thing, asking for 4%. The way Jason and I thought was 2% would go towards COLA, and then 2% would be given to the department heads to decide for merit-based. And I want you to remember how important this is for us to do this. We just went through the salary study, and if we want to make sure it works, we have to do this every year, or we're going to be right back where we were a couple years ago. So that's one thing that I asked for. The second was for employee awards and recognition. I want to every quarter do like a pin ceremony or something for the employees that are celebrating their 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years of service with the county. I would like to give them a breakfast and then a pin or certificate watch, something to celebrate their years of service with the county. We have gotten away from doing that for a long time, and I think it's important that we go back to doing that for our employees.
Not that I want to have a HR session right now, but are our department heads actually doing the employee evaluations annually?
No.
Okay.
That was gonna be my question too.
The way that they had handled it is when y'all did approve a raise, they would sit down with it, because they have gotten away from it because the employees were saying, why are you, I mean, you're not gonna give us a raise, so what's the point of you even saying anything to me?
I don't know that that's normally negotiable. I think, they
I mean, that's just the way it's been. I mean,
change the culture. Every year you get an annual review so we can talk about, job performance, promotion, and raises or termination. I mean, I think that makes sense.
right, I mean, it does make sense, I agree, but when you can't talk about a raise, you know.
I'm a school teacher,
There's no incentive there.
Right,
Yeah.
you bring your employee in and say, you're doing a great job, I'm sorry I don't have anything to offer you, but, keep up the great work.
Mhm.
It would really bring morale down.
I
When
think
you don't
what-
have anything to offer your employee.
Yeah, I think where that hon's going is and I know I've seen it more through the school system, we have a self-assessment at the first of the year, you have a mid-year review, and then you have a summative assessment at the end of the year, so that through the year you're letting, because what you wind up doing is at the end of the year, if you gave me 2% for every employee, and I said, yes, 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 no, no, yes, the no's are gonna go, why? You didn't tell me all year that I was doing anything wrong. Now at the end of the day, you're gonna tell me I don't get a raise. Why? And they're gonna be justified in why you denied it, other than a department head saying that. So I think we do have to have that. And I thought when we started the salary, I agree 100%. If we don't maintain this salary schedule, we're gonna be right back where we were, and we said that from the beginning. But I do think I think I've always had fear that we give a department head the ability to do it. There's two sides of that, and I've had a fear that if we do that and give a department head the choice of who gets a raise and who don't, if we don't have some backing on that, we're gonna get ourselves in trouble. And if we just go across the board, we're promoting bad behavior in the departments, and neither one of them bodes well for this board or the county in general at the end of the day. So I think we gotta have those hand to hand. If we're gonna give them out based on merit, we gotta know what the merit is at the end of the day.
We set ourselves up for a lawsuit if we don't have documentation showing, well, this person is not getting the merit raise
That's
because.
not what I'm saying. I'm saying, yes, I agree, we should be doing evaluations every year. I'm saying in the past, we had gotten away from it because we have gone so many years without giving our employees a raise. Our department heads completely stopped doing them. No, I agree with that. We definitely have to do the evaluations. I'm just saying in years past, we haven't been doing them.
How did we set our pay scale up? Did we set it up on 2% increments, or?
It's
Yeah,
not
it's
set
a-
up like that anymore.
Open range plan, I think is what it's called, and so, so you could do 1% if you wanted to, you could do 2 or 3 or 5 or 7 or whatever number, that you wanted to.
Because traditionally in the past, we've done COLAs like every 2 or 3 years, and then you do your merit increase every year. Just like everybody else, so every job I've been at government-wise has been, well, we can or we can't this year based on the budget. And I think we need to change that culture in our house, that we committed to keeping a pay scale in line with the industry. So we have to stick to that pay scale. And then we look at, in my opinion, separating the pay scale and the COLA. Because I do think if we do a 4% across the board every year, that's going to get expensive real quick to the point we can't do it. And that would be even worse, to start having layoffs and rifts and that kind of stuff because we can't afford the salary budget. But I agree that we need to look at it. I think we need to do some evaluations before we hand out raises, but I do agree that we need to do the salary increases based on our study.
Anything else? Any more comment?
I love the awards recognition. You said do that quarterly. Is that something we should do at the Employee Recognition Day or Employee Appreciation Day?
I'm open to that. I mean, whatever y'all want.
I just don't know how you get everybody together to do, because you're gonna have a couple in each department. So you would have to bring every department together to give out 10 recognitions.
Have it at the appreciation dinner.
Right, that's the best time. That way it's a big event, and Debbie could be there to put it in the
Great
paper.
idea though, Shannon. I like that. 3 points today, one for the chair, one for the employee.
How we doing? Time-wise, she hadn't thrown the flag on it.
We're in good shape. Huh?
Good deal.
Yeah, we're right on track. Maybe 3.5 minutes ahead of schedule.
Okay.
So we got time for another question.
Well,
So-
it is on that list to
Sam
go.
said we have time for another break.
Jason.
Or advance
You
the
wanna go
next
back and
person?
forth?
Yep. Let's
Oh,
go.
Lavita,
Rick?
yeah.
Y'all have 5 minutes
That's right.
total.
Yeah, Lavita, that's right.
IT is here, he can go. So,
Well,
he,
Yeah, he's
Lavita's
up there.
on the,
oh,
Oh, yeah. Well, no, they're building maintenance, really.
Come on with it.
Number 4. When the pipe busted down over here, I think it was in the district attorney's office when we had the big flood. over here in the DA's office, the pipes bust, came all the way to our department. It totally flooded, in our area, in the finance area. When it starts raining, it gets cold outside, that smell comes in our office. You can smell that carpet. I don't know if it's mold, I don't know what it is. Everybody in my department is a seasoned individual except for probably one. That affects their breathing, affects their, what they're doing in the finance department. So we're asking that our carpet be replaced. It has not been replaced in some years. We've been getting it shampooed, Servpro came in here, sucked up the water with the fans, but it's just not enough. And we're here all day in that office trying to make things happen for the county. So the only thing I'm asking for is that we replace our carpet in that whole finance department area.
Sound like a no-brainer to me.
Is it roll carpet or carpet squares, do you know?
It's rolled.
This kind of stuff.
Then it's
this
got,
kind of stuff.
then it's got web backing that you're not gonna get it out of,
Yep.
out of the, once it gets
And
in.
it has another layer up under it. The
The
old
padding.
carpet, they just left the
Oh, well,
old
then-
carpet.
Oh, wow.
Then there's your problem.
Yeah.
And I
You
mean,
can't
I
vacuum
understand
carpet
from
under
working
carpet.
in an old building that flooded too and moving to a new building, not realizing that
Yep.
headaches and the breathing and everything was
Ventilation.
my building I was in. So I agree. I mean, that's a no-brainer there.
Thank you.
I'm just curious, is carpet a must, or is another, I mean, just thinking, there's other options other than carpet out there, is that something y'all want?
Oh, no, we're open to any other options.
You just want new flooring,
You just want new flooring?
new flooring.
Yeah.
I would put LVT in the hallway and
That's
carpet in the.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd do that luxury vinyl tile in the hallway and the carpet in your office, it's a lot nicer, that's what I'm putting on all my rental houses now, it's holding up great.
Yeah, we're open.
It looks good too.
It
Yeah.
does.
We got the commercial LVT, and it's tough.
And you can buy it off state contract.
Mhm.
How about that?
That's
All
not
right.
Save
Sound like a
the
no-brainer.
That's right.
I'm just curious, why we need showers in the courthouse?
No, there were old showers that they want to renovate to storage,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because they're getting sweaty coming over cleaning the carpet every other week.
It helped if I read from to, I thought they were wanting to put 2 more showers, I'm going, well, they need showers in the
No,
courthouse.
no,
They're the old showers where the jail used to be.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. We can make storage out of them. So I guess they're using them for storage now, but
Right now, they're
a little bit.
Praying
Just
that
don't
nobody
look
turns
like
the
a
water
shower
on.
no more.
Yeah, they're hard to use for anything right now.
Yeah.
All right, I think we got Will up next, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We're on a roll.
Let's keep it going.
How's everybody doing this morning?
Good, and you?
Oh, pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna start off, let's see what number I'm at here.
15?
No, I'll start with that one. I'm gonna start with, number 16, replace servers. We've got 2 servers coming up for renewal. They've been in service for 7+ years. What that means is they'll no longer support any aspect of them. We can still run them, but we're on our own with them. There's no calling Dale for any kind of support, any kind of service, nothing. So these 2 servers are pretty important. The one here in the Government Center, the one for $13,800, and that price will change when we order it, but it won't fluctuate too much. That's a biggie. That's our database server. It holds our secondary domain controller, which gives everybody access to the services that we employ as the county. It facilitates our WinGap server for the tax assessor. Facilitates our backup server that takes our nightly backups. And last but not least, it is our email exchange server. So it's a pretty important host. The second one is our Public Works server. You wouldn't think that one's too important. It's pretty important. It provides redundancy for the county. So if DNS goes down here, Public Works picks up where this one drops. And so, and what DNS does, it allows you to, when you go on the internet and you type in an address, it resolves it to an IP address and it sends it out and gets you your web page. So that one's pretty important. It provides also redundancy for our Active Directory, as well as backup for the 3 or 4 machines that are there. So these are absolute needs right here. The second one is I've got in there a desk which is pretty much a counter space. This is pretty much what the school labs uses, is a heavy duty piece of equipment here. It's for over at the chamber for, you know, it's got to be able to facilitate heavy weights, anything from UPS backups that can weigh 100 plus pounds, servers, that kind of thing, workstations. So it's basically a work area before, you know, these items go into the rack. So I would say that's definitely a need. Now, that was number 16 and 17 for those. Now, number 15, this is managed services for services and other network devices. And other network devices are switches. Where are we at?
You got 3 minutes.
Okay. So, I've been talking with Total Technology Group. These guys have been with the county. They were here before I got here. I mean, they've been helping us out for, I'd say, 15 plus years. They offer a solution where they will put a client on all our VMs, which are virtual servers. They will put a client on our host. Basically what they'll do for me is they will pretty much, I won't have to do much as far as dealing with these servers. Now I will have to peek in to make sure that, you know, they're doing what they say they're going to do, but what they're going to do is they'll facilitate all backups, updates. Now, updates things, it's not complicated. Well, with 12 servers, it's complicated because sometimes you have to stop services on some of the software that we deploy. A lot of times I'm up till 11, 12 o'clock at night, but you can't do these during work hours. You have to do these at night, you know. They'll do that. It includes maintenance on the servers, anything for configuration, buy a new server, includes, you know, getting those configured. The software also includes alert notification to where, I don't know if you guys remember, we had a NAS unit down on us. And it was one of these situations to where you don't really know about it until you walk in the door. The software will send out alerts immediately when a drive dies or net goes down, anything like that. So that'll give us some kind of, you know, heads up, you know, to, you know, if it happened on the weekend or something, you know, maybe we can go ahead and, you know, be proactive and go ahead and, you know, get parts ordered, you know, something like that. Now, I saved that one for last just because I'm gonna be honest with you guys, it's not a need. It's a heavy, heavy want. And, you know, I'm gonna say within the next 3 to 6 years, you know, if we don't do nothing today, which, you know, is fine, we will have to look at, you know, potentially hiring another body for this department. This department has gotten pretty big since I started here, so that's where I'm at.
I'm just about to ask, are you replacing yourself? Because you just took a lot of the workload off, and I had no idea. You were up at 11 o'clock at night doing some of this stuff.
Oh, yeah, a lot of times. No, I wouldn't be replacing myself because you gotta still have somebody facilitating all the departments going from, you know, and I don't think you want these guys charging you for drive time to go to all these different departments. So,
But I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
I was going to say, but you bring up a good question. Like, Will is our only line of defense. And literally, there's no succession plan for Will.
No, there's not. And, you know, and thinking about it, I mean, it'll keep you up at night sometimes. But one of the biggest things too with, with this is with the phone system we've got now deployed, all these switches in here are on, we have 3, 4, 5 DLANs, and it's complicated. So, like I said, right now, we're good, but, next 3 to 6 years, we're gonna have to seriously look at, how we run this department, what services we're gonna do, or have and not have, so. And I will say, I appreciate the office space at the chamber, that's huge, so.
All right, so as a new commissioner, I was gonna ask, are you the one-man band for this whole department?
I am. Now, Total Tech does help me in some aspects where we have just, huge problems. But when I'm on vacation, they help out a lot. So I'm not in it completely by myself, but about 95%, yeah.
So this 35,000 is truly cheaper than hiring 2 people to try to help out with this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but,
But-
good network engineer guy,
You can't pay, that's
45 probably, 50.
65.
This is done.
That was a good one, Will. You got jokes. Oh, 2 blows.
So, we could probably get, somebody in here for, 40,
Yeah.
something like that. Realistically, somebody fresh out of, school or something. But like I said, this is not, this is not urgent right now, but we're getting there really quick.
And last question, does he have the contact numbers for your people in case something happens and you're out of the country, or?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
In fact, just about every department head does.
Okay.
Yeah, they have they all have the contact information for Total Technology. And Lavina knows these people. She's worked with them before I got here
Yeah, I was working for them for
for
years.
years.
So we've got a great relationship already with them.
Oh, yeah, yeah, they know the network upside down, backwards and forwards, and
Will, I know we put stuff on Gov Deals, but do you check Gov Deals? The only reason I'm asking is I know we're replacing a lot of stuff in the school district in Bibb, server-wise and equipment like that.
I do not.
There's probably some cool stuff that could fix up your office over there that you could get. We're passing an ordinance now that we can donate to other schools or nonprofits so that it kind of, so you don't have to put it out for auction. If another school can use it, it's all taxpayers' money, so it can be donated, potentially donated based on the value of it. But
I
that's
didn't
a
know we
good,
couldn't do that.
that's a good resource.
I didn't know we couldn't do that. I've given stuff to this whole board before.
Yeah, no, this,
Yeah.
we probably can't hear. That's a policy in Bibb. There's a school policy there, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, keep doing what you're doing, Will. We never knew. It's okay.
No, it's not a lot, but, if we can, it
It's
keeps me
all-
from having to throw it away and put it to use.
It's all the
Why not?
taxpayers bought it, I mean, they just moved it
Absolutely.
from their bedroom to their living room.
Absolutely.
But like what he was saying is, I learned like the school system is pretty much, Jones County school system is pretty much cleaning up Appleton Middle School of equipment that, so we've got some resources from there. But like he's
Okay.
saying, go there and on Gov Deals, because they've got stuff that they'll be putting up that we could possibly purchase for you, for your
That would be great.
new area that's like new items.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I,
that'd be great. In fact, I was thinking about calling Adam over there and talking to him about it.
lastly, I remember my first term, he came in and we had AS400s, I think. Was that
Yeah.
right? So we are always lagging behind technology. And if Will comes, we'll probably need it. So I'm a fan of having the equipment that you all need to make the county operate, because the last thing I want is for something bad to happen and people can't communicate, especially in a COVID situation where the network becomes critical.
Anything else?
No, you can hold it up if you
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason, one quick thing. Do you want us to, you want each commissioner to highlight the things he's all right with and get, that way you've got a,
So sort of at the end, I've got a little exercise where I was gonna get y'all to go through and mark 20 of these things to try to start narrowing it down.
Okay.
And then I'll compile those.
I just want to get it, I mean, we've done it both ways. I didn't know if you
Yeah.
want us to mark and hand you our papers, or we're gonna do it.
Yeah, just kind of take notes, maybe as you go through, and when we get to the end, I'm gonna hand out a thing and get y'all to mark 20 on
Right,
there.
right.
Sort of my game plan.
And for the
to
record,
start there with.
we're working with $425,534, correct?
No, I mean, that's the new revenue we have. I think, you know,
That's the new revenue for the 2022.
Okay,
But remember, you still have funds.
thank you.
y'all just tell us what you wanna do.
You
Alright.
tell, yeah, you tell us
So-
what
so-
you want to do.
So as far as operation budgets, line items for each department, are we holding the line on those? Are y'all gonna make recommendations on those, or have you already looked, cut?
Yeah, so we've gotten a submission from each department head that goes through all those, and Lavina and I have been going through those, and she's been talking to department heads about those different lines, and, you know, saying, look, you know, I know you put down this amount, but you've only always spent this amount, or you put too little, you need more, and that kind of thing. So we're working through all that detail. We'll bring that to you at some point. Just because of the time constraints, I thought
Sure.
it might
All
make
right.
sense just to kind of limit it to the big projects for today.
I just want to clarify before we got too far into the, all right. So who's, we got, Water? Come on.
Good morning.
Morning.
I got four requests from the water department. First one would be item number 36, purchase of two new pickup trucks. If you can remember, I approached the board a couple times. This was before the vehicle replacement policy was in effect. To replace these trucks, one was a truck that was involved in an accident about a year and a half ago that was taken out of service, and the other one was a 97 Ford 250 that an engine blew on it, so obviously it was too old to repair. And so actually these two are completely out of service. So this is a request to replace these two trucks at $53,000. Item number 2 will be the ground penetrating unit. This is an essential piece of equipment needed in order for the water department to locate different types of piping and utilities that are underground. Water departments in our surrounding area use this device as well. It's like Macon Water Authority, and actually this would have really helped this situation yesterday. So that device runs between $20,000 to $30,000. It depends on what types of bells and whistles you might on it. Thirdly, mapping of our water system is just inadequate. We spend many hours trying to locate water valves throughout the county, especially if you got a main break overnight. You're dealing with darkness, you're dealing with high grass, and you're hunting water valves. And to the point where the only time, sometimes we have to shut off a large area due to the fact that's the only valves that we know where they're at. And so this is called digital mapping. This will be mapping of the system, the valves, hydrants, and it will be placed in a digital form, and that way the supervisor can be out there and he'll have an iPad and he can just bring up the whole system and know where the valves are. And it's I set aside $20,000 for the first phase. Tim Ingram was going to do that. He's got interns that have to work with him and go out and just take the old mapping that we have, and there's a lot of it that's just hard work of just trying to physically locate it, wand it with a metal detector and things like that to get to know where the valve covers are. And lastly, an additional maintenance tech position. I actually have, Zeke Bloodworth in Haddock area. He's been with us for over 20 years, and so he's going to be retiring out within the next year or two. And just the workload that we have in the department, and with the future projects that are coming on board, we'll need another guy I can train and be ready for that, and for the eventual departure of Zeke up in Haddock, and to move different personnel around. So I'm asking for a full-time maintenance tech position, around $30,000.
Jeffrey, is your mic on?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I just got a message from somebody.
Oh, okay,
was
sorry.
watching, couldn't hear.
Just out of curiosity, how did we map before? Was it just whoever worked here knew where the mains were?
I think a lot of it was. In fact, we had a situation yesterday where, in fact, it kind of fits with the ground penetrating unit and the mapping that we have, the lack of it. We get between 20 and 25 locates a day, 811 locates. And with that, you have a 2-day window to locate these, or you're considered late. And with the fiber optic project that's going throughout the county, we've done a lot. And in fact, we had 3 of them yesterday. They're about 1,500 feet apiece. The mapping showed that the main was on the right side. But when you actually get out there, the hydrants were on the left side. So it wasn't right. And actually, the main crossed underneath the road, which the mapping didn't show. So it really throws us off in trying to figure out what's really going on here. And where the ground penetrating unit comes in play is that it actually has 4 wheels. It's like a radar unit. It can probe down about 6 feet. And it can show you where that main is, the size of it, and even what's on top of it. And that would have helped him yesterday to figure out where was the main really located. And then the mapping would have helped also too, and given him some guidance. So this has happened quite a bit on us, that we actually found that the main was on one side, but the mapping showed it was on the opposite side.
And how did you find it?
Sometimes you just have to start probing with our hydrovac and just probe down to see where about 6-7 feet. There's the main, so we know where we're good here. And it takes a lot of time, and because we just don't have the accuracy of the mapping. And like I said, at night, I've witnessed this. The last time we had a main break in the corner of Light and Tie in Chapman, and that was a unique area because there's so many different. The flow into that area was from different directions. And so we literally had to shut off 10 valves just to be able to shut that whole area off. And that was 2-3 o'clock in the morning. It took us about 2 hours just to be able to do that. If we knew where they were, it would have been boom, boom. But and then therefore you got water loss, you got overtime, all that plays into that. So we just need some tools to make that. To give us the tools to do our job, efficiently.
How are y'all locating now with the wands?
Yeah.
Locating wands.
Yes, that's the best way to do it.
And they've got some now that are, the 3000 I think is the model that's the top of the line now that we've used, and they're really good. Really pretty accurate. Yeah. The problems I've seen with the GPRs is you got to constantly update them.
Yeah.
And they've got to locate to something, to a GPS coordinate. They've got to locate. They can see what's under there and they can give you a picture of it, but if you don't have the software updated all the time, you can't do anything with that picture other than see it on the board. So correlating it to a map is going to be tough. I think it's a no-brainer on the map. I think we need to do that every 3 to 5 years to update GPS them, because you can put the app on your phone.
Yes.
And get within 3 feet of that hydrant or the valve or whatever at any time. I don't know. I only know of 2 people that are using GPRs to locate with right now, and those are One's for cemeteries and one's for fiber optic and gas lines, just because of the high volatility of them. But so I'm not sold on the GPR unit. That's a big cost and an ongoing cost. Plus, there's a lot of training that goes along with. I would probably say buy some nicer handhelds if you put that with the GPS map. The GIS map.
Yes, that's one thing with the mapping. It will be digital. The valves will be, GPS coordinated and hydrants and everything. So that
I think
would
that's
be.
going to be your best friend.
Yes, it
I
will.
can take 2 coat hangers and show you whatever you want to see.
We have used that.
Within 3 feet of it.
We
No.
have used that
I've actually
before.
went up against those units before with the city of Gray, and they didn't believe me. And I had to show them a 10-inch main. They didn't even know it was there.
Yeah.
We found all of them around our new construction
Mm-hmm.
that didn't show up in their radar thing.
Yeah.
2 little coat hangers. I said, y'all got something right here. I had 3 locators sitting there, all but cussed me out and said they wasn't there. And I said, okay, so y'all stand right here. And I dug up a 10-inch main, didn't break it. I said, y'all missed something right here. And they said, oh boy, City Gray didn't know it was there.
Yeah.
That's your backup, right, coat hanger?
It is. I mean,
So-
yes, it is.
Jeffrey,
It
how
worked.
long has your truck's been down? The
Uh,
one that was wrecked, that's been,
about a year, a little over a year. And the 250 has been about 2 years. We auctioned it off, the last auction that we had.
And these 2 new trucks, they both be what, 3/4 tons or half ton?
Yeah, one will be just like a basic Ford 150, and the other one's going to be more of a crew cab. That way, the maintenance team will use it. They can haul, won't have to take multiple vehicles.
And when was this price on this?
The trucks, just a couple days ago from,
From where?
to Georgia
State contract.
State Contract, yeah.
And how long of a backlog is it on that?
That I don't know.
if they
Trucks
don't-
are high
if
commodities
they don't
right
have them
now.
on the lot,
Yeah,
8
I
months.
don't know.
And how have you guys been doing without the 2 trucks since you've not had them?
Well, the 250's been down for about 2 years and a little over a year on the other.
But you've been working without the trucks.
We have, but it's hard to do it. I mean, I've actually had to have some of the team members use a dump truck to go to a place because we're just short. And so yeah, it's been a challenge, and you can't split up. I mean, you gotta team up rather than splitting up because you just have a lack of vehicles, and especially if you have one in shop. That's when you have to use a dump truck.
Like, how many vehicles do you have, trucks?
Pickup truck wise, I think we got about 5. That's what the meter reader and the plant operator uses one, and then splitting up with the team.
And how many total on your team?
Personnel,
That would
I've
use a
got
truck?
5 on the maintenance team.
You got 5 on the maintenance team, and you have 5 vehicles right now?
Yeah. Yeah, and that, the meter reader uses one throughout the day, and the plant operator does also, so.
Yeah. One thing to consider, I know the tax assessors have a Ford F-150, I think it's a 2009 model with less than 100,000 miles on it. Doesn't have a scratch in the bed. They would probably better serve using an SUV than a pickup truck. And so that's an option to give another department a pickup truck if they were provided with an SUV. Because it's kind of a, you got a department that really doesn't need that piece of equipment, and you got a department that does need something. So that's something to think about.
Yeah.
You can repurpose it, relabel it.
Which one?
Oh, that's the question. I'm good.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Superior Court. You get to go home early. We're running ahead of time.
I needed to see what went on, what I need to do. Y'all doing good? I'm not asking for anything extra. I do want to give a big thank you to the audio visual that we've got. That has helped tremendously with Zooming World. with the jail, keeping the inmates from coming over. They do still bring a couple, and I honestly don't know why they bring some that they bring. I don't know if it's the difference in severity of their crime, or I don't know. But anyway, it has still cut down, and that has helped safety. I'm not asking for anything extra this time. If y'all have any questions.
And we may want to discuss briefly number 2. I know it's under building maintenance, but just how that would impact storage issues.
We are, at the top of all storage. We did clean out over here a lot, and some of our stuff is going to go over to this building, but we're still continuing to have more and more files that are needing to go up there. We have juvenile records, we have Superior civil and criminal records up there. I am really thinking hard, and I'm looking at you for this, about going paperless for civil starting 2022. Since everything's on the computer. You know, it's kind of, I don't know, that's a little freaky, but I mean, the more we use Zoom and the more that we're on computers, and the judges, I'm not handing files to them on the bench like we used to, so thinking really hard about doing that. But yes, upstairs is boxes on boxes on boxes. If you try to look at something old, you're moving 10 boxes to get to what you need, and yeah, there's a shower up there that's, as far as I know, never been used since I've been around, so that
Who
would.
maintains, when exhibits are admitted into evidence to the court reporter, does she, I'm assuming the court reporters don't maintain that after the conclusion of the hearing. Do you all maintain that?
No, the court reporters do keep it. Now, we do have criminal exhibits that are, like literal guns and clothing and whatever's used as exhibits for those, and we do keep those. Yep.
That takes up a lot of storage.
And at some point, after some years, it goes back to the sheriff's office, and I think they auction it all off. Yeah, but still lots of stuff, lots of I'm the voter keeper, voting record keeper, so we've got that. But that can be shredded after 2 or 3 years. So.
It looks like the creating additional space from the showers is a temporary fix, and I'm glad to see that, because I think, with all discussion, we know that we've been talking about renovations or remodeling or some kind of changes to the courthouse. I think COVID has shown us that we may not need as many courtrooms as we thought we would need when we start doing virtual and other stuff, but we may need them for a different use of the space than what we thought before COVID. So I think that might change the look of what the need is in the courthouse.
Yeah. Now, I will say that when Thursdays is our big court day, we have civil and criminal. We are now having 2 judges pretty much every week, so we're in 2 courtrooms. Once a month, the state child support office has their court day, so they have to go down to probate court. So it gets a little sketchy sometimes.
Well, and I know you say because of Zoom now and COVID that things are shifting, but the judges in this circuit still like to be in person. I mean, they push faster than about any other circuit that I know of that I practice in to get back to in-person hearings.
Yeah.
Which I was happy about, but they don't rely on Zoom. They like in person.
They
How
do.
They're still in the courtroom.
Yeah, how are we, I know we put the courtroom at the small room at the jail to be able to do some video sentencing or video trials or whatever. Is that just, I know that would help, but I know it would help a lot with transport, security and all that, bringing prisoners back and forth. Is that working well?
It is. And I also know that magistrate court uses that for first appearances. So that's been very good.
Look at virtual courtrooms. That's half of a courtroom. It's just a big on video. Judge by himself or herself. More of herself now.
It's hard to argue a case on Zoom at the end of the day.
Yeah, it gets, other than being able to mute people who don't have attorneys and don't understand what they're supposed to be doing, and they just want to argue. It gets kind of hard
It's
to.
hard for me to go after somebody on the stand the way it needs to be done.
And I bet it's pretty hard. Sheriff, remove him from the, well, never mind.
Yeah.
Mute.
Mute.
I just removed him from the meeting.
Yeah. Watch this. Yep. There has been some curious times through Zoom, I will say. People do not act the same as they do in person. That is very true. Very true.
Yeah, they do the same on the keyboard. Well,
Yeah.
they don't get their frustrations out. Kids nowadays never have the satisfaction of slamming a phone down.
You know? Yeah.
Sounds great. Anything else?
Y'all got any questions?
I don't think so.
You guys, do y'all want to hear anything about what all Superior Court does? Do y'all know? Do y'all care?
Well, I'll tell you, since it's still during your time too, Judge Petty did set a meeting this coming Thursday for the courthouse, committee to meet. It's been quite a while because of COVID, since that group's gotten together. And so if any of you all are interested in that, that's Thursday at 2:00.
Yep. And I will say the courthouse, there are several things that really are going to need some attention in the not so far away future. I mean, windows are literally, it wouldn't take a lot to push them out. The frames are rotted, air is coming through. Y'all know that we had a couple of floods. I think that is pretty well patched for now, but elevator's been having some trouble. So there's some things coming, but hopefully not this year.
Thursday at 2:00.
Mhm.
Isn't that the same time as the?
Wednesday is Austin's got it.
All right then.
Okay. That'll be in the courtroom, Pam.
I believe small courtroom, yeah.
Small courtroom. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Is that good?
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Bye.
Stop by Camp Joycliffe Road. Tractors in the yard.
We got, we're
Rolling.
30 minutes ahead of time, correct?
Let's roll 'em. Somebody call the other people.
No, she's not here.
Hey,
Next.
animal control's here.
Animal control.
Come on, Animal Services. It's all right, Jay.
Can we call the other folks and let them know we're ahead? If you're watching, come on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Does anybody know how much a polar bear weighs? Enough to break the ice.
How much who weighs?
Enough to break the
Oh.
ice.
Good morning. Actually, so
We're a little slow. You gotta give us a minute. We're all gonna come around.
That's terrible.
actually mine's gonna be really easy. I'm not asking for anything. So, it's going really good. As you know, we had that very generous donation, which we are going to use to actually do some of the projects that I was intending on asking for. So, save some money there since we had that. We're just gonna use that to advance the department. So, we're doing really good. We're doing probably 3 to 4 surgeries, or a little more than that. We do them on Mondays and Thursdays. There's about 3 or 4 on each of those days.
Are we at capacity right now?
Absolutely.
Always.
Yes.
But the rescues are still doing a good job about getting these.
Yes, and, with cats right now, this time of year, we're always overrun with them, and there's only so much they can do. But absolutely, we definitely can't do what we do without them. So a couple of the projects that we were going to do with some of that money is we reconfigured the fence yards in the back. Originally, when they got built, it wasn't as user-friendly as it could be. So we kind of reconfigured that a little bit to make it a little more safety-oriented. we're wanting to pour some concrete, sort of walkway around the backside and one side of the building. And hopefully get some awnings put out there if possible for shade and whatnot.
Question? Say the job well done. I've heard a lot of compliments.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, a lot of compliments, and you see it on Facebook how these rescues are pushing these, getting homes for all these, cats and dogs. It's not a day goes by you can't get on Facebook and see where they're pushing one.
Well, when you see them come to the defense of animal services, that's what
Yes.
lets
Yeah.
you know that we've turned that corner. When you see the rescues and the support from the community, when somebody, there's always going to be somebody bash you about everything, but when you get that bash and people go, wait a minute now.
Yeah, we don't even have to respond.
Yeah, right.
Like,
When other
the-
people respond for
our
you.
people do that for us in such a great and
That's
timely
it.
manner, because
Yeah.
they're on top of it. It is a 24/7.
And that says everything. To us, that says everything. The community support squashes that bashing. pretty
Yeah, you're not
quick.
gonna make everybody happy, but for the most part, the community, looks out for us and helps us out. So
And the social media presence is always really good. I commend y'all on that.
well, thank you.
As I told a gentleman the other day that wanted to complain, I said, I'm listening to you hear complaint. This was on another department, but I said, when you get 4 compliments on a department for every 1 complaint, it's kind of hard to sit back. I said, I'm listening to what you're saying, but I said, exactly what you're complaining about, I'm getting 4 compliments about. So it's kind of hard to offset, but maybe, I said, I'm opening my eyes. I ask you to open yours and see what's going on. And he said, I didn't look at it that way. So, but,
That's when I got a call. So that chairman don't listen to nothing you tell him.
that's it. Tell him call
I'm
Sam.
just kidding.
Tell him call
I have
Sam.
no idea who you're talking about.
I would only say
You know who I'm
this.
talking about. You told him to call you.
You're calling me.
I would say this, Jennifer. Things are really good. So look forward to what's next, because it's better to be ahead of the curve than behind it. And I don't know what's next in animal control, but you think about that. So you can be there when you're ready, because it took us a while to get to this point. And I remember times where you never thought a new animal control facility was possible, but now that's there. What's next? And I don't know what that is. I have no clue, short of bridging the gap between kids in school and animal control, animal services, where we make that connection, or you're on TV like Animal Critters. I don't know what's next, so think about that.
Right. It's a good thought.
Have you noticed any impact from the new ordinances and those helped out so far in any way?
Not anything that I can tangibly report on, so it's still fairly new.
We thank you.
But we do appreciate everything that y'all do. We can't do what we do without your blessing and support, so it's much appreciated.
Thank you.
Y'all have a great day.
You
Thank
too.
Jason, I just saw Marion.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Tim.
Tim's here.
I know Marion just walked in and walked back out.
Yeah, I think
So you want Tim mad or Marion mad?
She might not be ready yet. She got to get her coffee and everything.
Here she comes. Here she comes.
Who's on the list when?
Tim's not
I
until
hadn't even
11:30.
looked. I hadn't even looked. at this.
Look, Tim wants the rest of his day.
Yeah.
I'm with it. Let's go.
We're gonna work him in right after Marion if we can.
Y'all do know it's Saturday, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to be here, but be here early? Come on, yeah.
Should have been here at 8.
How we do? All you
I
had
was
to
going to say, we've been here since 8.
Some of
Bless
us-
you. All right.
I came in before him.
We pulled up at the same time, though. We got here at the same
And
time.
her.
I was looking at my clock at 8 and saying, okay, get on the lawnmower, yes or no? No. All right, I have numbers 6 and 7 on here. Number 6 is a part-time office clerk. I cannot say how much I need this extra person in my office, part-time. During election times, I'm going to need 2. It's not just Mr. Reisner asked me Thursday during our practice run about the new legislation and how much that has changed my workload. It's not really I'm going to take this down now. It's not really the legislation that's changed it. It is this wonderful equipment that we have now that has changed it so much. I mean, it's way beyond what 2 people should be expected to be able to handle. I still have a very, what I will say, a poor understanding of how this system operates. Nobody can convince me that it could not have been built in an all-inclusive one system. We actually work with 2 different computers, 2 different databases, 2 different everything, and we have to put it together. So it's really, really the equipment more than the new legislation that has changed so much what is required of my office.
So is the 11,000 just during the election season?
No, I would want one full-time person or part-time person year-round. And that is because I don't have time to babysit somebody. I need to be able to teach them, to train them, let them go do what they got to do.
And then you're going to need a second one during election time.
Yes. And quite honestly, last year, both parties and just the general public and my begging on social media, we need some help here to help us out. Volunteers got me through last year. The outpouring of the volunteers that I had come work in my office and on election day saved our butts big time. And many of them have expressed the willingness to come back and keep doing this again. But I do need somebody in my office pretty much to pick up a lot of what I'm doing, just daily basis, processing voters, poll worker training. I've had people come into my office from the parties saying, this is the 20th county I've been to. You are the first election superintendent I've seen that is front and center working with the voters. Everybody else has their own office in the back doing other things, answering open records requests, absentee by mail. I'm just putting way too much of my personal time into this. I worked 60 to 80 hours every week last year. I was maxed out on vacation time and didn't know it.
I remember you finally got to take a vacation for a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
Thank God.
I did last week too.
Amen.
It was nice.
Good.
2 questions for me. Do we see them? Have you heard any talk about any changes to this? Because I'm hearing the same thing. But the school has to put location sites for voting in Bibb, and it's running the same thing. Running into the inspectors come down to look at your space and say, do you have the power? Do you have this set up? Marrying that up with the equipment actually functioning. Yes, it functions because you got to plug in and you got Wi-Fi and you got this and you got space and you got cooling and heating. But it's not actually working when they get there, and that seems to be the biggest headache because they check it a month in advance and then they bring it down bring it out 2 days in advance, and that 2 days is what you got. 3 days is what you got to work on. So have you heard anything of them getting those 2 functions to talk to each other or one platform?
That's kind of a really sore spot for me. Last year we had 3 technicians. Most counties had 1. myself and Dominion, the manufacturer of the equipment, collectively fired our first one. Like, we made the decision, like, yeah, we gotta get rid of this guy. This was the week, I think the weekend before the primary. He was giving me a line that, he's been working at the Atlanta warehouse, when I was not aware that he was supposed to have been in my office all this time. And he skipped a lot of steps. It was not caught until election morning when our equipment wasn't working. We had his superiors, his boss, and then the regional manager come in and kind of save us from there. Got us through that. The November, that was the primary maybe. Same thing happened with the November election. Miss Ashley knows that all of our precincts had to stay open late because we started late. There was one little tiny step that was skipped, and caused chaos. Voter mistrust. This thing isn't reading my ballot. What are you going to do with my ballot? Let me take it with. It was horrible.
Yeah.
As far as correcting that, I have no answers.
Well, that was part of the question, was is the state doing anything that we feel like is going to change any of that or fix any of that? Because I will say we had poll watchers, we had things going on, and just knowing the interactions of the elections last year, especially because we had, March, June, November, and January, so it pretty much spread out the whole year long, and we were seeing some common issues. And I will say, Marion's exactly right when it talked about volunteers. We didn't have near enough, but the volunteers that stepped up, because it was insane with the number of people that had questions that had been answered 6 times before they got there. It was, and it always seems like I'm showing up, okay, what do I do with this? And so there's a lot of, I can't speak to the day-to-day operations because obviously we're not up here in our office every day of what happens, but I know that the month leading up to an election day, so I know 4 or 5 months a year that I know it's insane. So I don't know how much front end goes into that before it, but.
I was just trying to find the total number of people who voted in the last election versus the other, and I'm going to assume you know those numbers roughly.
Give you percentages.
Okay.
About 80%. We have 21,263 or 5 voters right now.
Mm-hmm.
And we had about 80% turnout.
Would you say that's up from?
That's actually average for Jones County. I mean, Jones County votes higher than many other counties in the state. And there's a gnat. I'm not crazy.
Somebody killed the gnat because he's.
I know, he's over here
Yeah.
driving me crazy.
Just keep him over there.
And I do contribute that to us keeping very, very clean records as much as possible.
And the reason why I'm asking, because obviously, the machines and technology and even just what you have to go through is a little more cumbersome and challenging. But if the same number, percentage-wise, votes, how do we justify additional personnel?
The number of people are voting are shifting. Probably more than 50% now vote from my office, either by mail or in person.
Gotcha.
And the way the laws have changed to give every voter the opportunity and the right to vote. And you can hear the sarcasm that I use there.
I'm hearing it.
More and more people are requesting an absentee ballot by mail. That's fine. That is their right. I don't mind giving that. But then when they bring it back into me, because, dude, I stayed here till 9 o'clock last night to make sure that ballot got in the mail, as I have every night the last 3 weeks. And then you're going to bring it to me because you changed your mind? I just have a problem with that.
It's abuse. They abuse the.
I mean, it's a waste of time, it's a waste of money, it's a waste of our resources. Those ballots cost to have printed, it costs, well, it doesn't cost anymore to have me here, but my attitude doesn't get real good during that time.
I can imagine.
And then, we have to have this affidavit signed, and we have to pull the paperwork to make sure that this is this person's ballot, and that's becoming more and more common.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Should I move on to number 7? Okay, the warranty on the voting equipment. I threw this in there just to let y'all know it is available. This voting equipment is very, very expensive. They do offer us a warranty on it. Personally, I never bought the warranty on our old voting equipment, even though its lifespan was supposed to have been 10 years. It lasted 17. We never had to replace anything. We could always get by with whatever we had left. Right now, the law says that we have to have one voting unit for every 250 voters. We do have that at this time. If one goes out, it's not going to be worth $14,000, honestly, to purchase another one. But statewide, and of course Dominion is recommending that we purchase this warranty.
From them.
Right, yes.
And how much is a piece of voting equipment right now?
The tablets that you actually vote on are about $350. The printer is $100.
It's like 50 voting machines for that money. Okay, I'm good.
Yeah, I think the biggest expense is the tabulator that sits in my office that reads the absentee by mail. That's about $3,700. And then the same as the ones that go out to the precinct. It's the tabulators that really cost so much.
And we have one of those?
We have one per precinct.
Okay, so.
Well, we have one that reads the absentee by mail, and then we have one to go out to every precinct. And we also have an additional backup, a demo unit.
And how much is it?
I want to say 7,000.
Less than 14.
Yeah.
Yes. So my heart's not into that extended warranty. I just wanted to let y'all know it is available.
I like honesty.
It's a no-brainer there.
Yeah. Thank you for the recommendation there.
Additional part-time is more important. Anything else from Bowman?
That's it.
All right, any questions from Ms. Marion? Thank you for your time this morning. Now you can go cut grass.
No, it's too hot.
I was gonna let you know
I have
that.
3 teenagers at my
I'm sure
house.
we can give you several other addresses. If you run out of grass, you can come to.
That's okay.
Well, you're welcome for us getting you out of grass cutting then.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim, you wanna go ahead and go? We're running ahead of time. I don't hear anybody on the board complaining that we're running ahead of time.
Just briefly wanted to mention my training budget. I didn't use hardly any of it over the past 2 years because of COVID. That hasn't alleviated the need for it, so I got to have 60 hours training, and then my new guy's going to have to be trained, so I want to keep that in mind. And then just simple increases in costs like my tires. A set of tires a few years ago was $600. I spent $1,000 for a set of tires this year. And fuel, I only ran one truck for over half the year, so bear that in mind. As far as special requests go, item number 30, electronic zoning map. That's in our comprehensive plan. It's recommended in the short-term work program. One of our goals is to create an electronic map so that people can check the zoning of property online rather than having to come into the office. Also, we only have one zoning map, so if something happens to it, then we're in trouble. So this will actually create an electronic copy and we'll have it off-site. So that's item number 30. Item number 31, with the new database, it's opened up a lot of capabilities for us. One being able to communicate directly with our contractors in the field using the database, entering our inspections directly in there. It's pretty cumbersome to try to do it on the phone. It's just too small. An iPad would make that better. It is not mission critical. We can live without it, but it would be a nice tool for us to use.
Any questions for Tim?
Would these tablets, Tim, be like a workbook that that's mounted in the truck so that you could do it there, or is it?
I see it as just a tab iPad so we can walk through the structure. I've got the ability to create checklists, and I can tick things off and it automatically gets archived into the file and emailed to the contractor.
I was gonna say that has seemed to work much better. I mean, I can get an inspection at 9 o'clock and I've got a report by 10,
Helps
And it's
no paperless.
electronic, when then your paper one will come later, but at least I know.
Right, you get a pass or fail on
Yeah.
inspection like Susie is to Bud.
Yeah, yeah.
Online zoning maps be nice too, because like Tim says, if you want to check the zoning property, you have to come into his office.
That's
and
it.
If it's lunch, you're out of luck, and if it's, sit at home at 9 o'clock at night and check it.
That's a no-brainer on both of those, in my opinion. Well, you didn't ask for much, that's good. Got you some help, that's, whew, yes.
Yeah.
I was fixing to ask that question, has your new help started?
Yeah, he's working part-time, but he's really catching on quick and got me out of a tight spot.
In fact, I actually asked him about, had he looked at doing the contract and that, and I got to go to Bibb County. He told me, he goes, you let me know how you like that. And after Bibb County, I called Tim up and said, I love you, Tim. Because, no, we need in-house. When it contracted, I promise you, is not the route. I learned firsthand.
I wish you would have said what you really said.
What's that?
I'm not saying it in here.
Anything else for Tim?
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Have a good
Thank you
day.
for your morning. You want to go and take a break? I have to, ain't nobody here.
I was fixing
You
to
wanna-
say one.
Who wants to text it?
We can't call people in.
It's break time, we have. Y'all want to,
419 number, they won't answer for me.
you want to text some of these people, let them know we're running ahead?
Hey,
I'll cell phone.
absolutely. So,
The cameras are still streaming, just to let you know.
Okay. Quick break, we're still in session.
how long is our break?
Whatever you need.
They got 15 on here, but
What's for lunch?
Till the next person comes in, we'll start.
Did you order a non-pork pizza?
Yeah.
Non-pork?
We do have a big.
Yeah, thank you.
Leslie don't. Yeah, Leslie don't play.
All right.
Shannon
Can that
don't
come
play
earlier?
around. And Leslie don't play around.
All right,
I had it
let's,
right the first time.
Are you hungry?
look, I'm making it. It's not Cheerios and a banana.
Here you go, some sugar.
Oh, no, look, I ate about 10 of those things earlier. Thank you, though. They'll come in handy. Oh, Mike.
Ashley. Your mom and them were finishing the Ed D. Ford Stadium, and it was.
Oh, I got one. Thank you, though.
Chris, Josh is certainly loving, Josh is loving the meat.
Great. I had Laura Starling and Tiffany come over Monday.
Oh, really?
We're gonna start advertising on radio. And they said, "Well, we can meet for somewhere for lunch." I said, "Come to the house." Come to the house, yeah. I said, "You need to see what you're eating with your son." And they came and I showed them around a little bit. I said, "Well, y'all ready? How you want your steak?" He told me, I cooked up the steak. Got food and Tiffany started. "Well, what kind of marinade did you use? What else you put on it?" I said, "You didn't put anything on the steak." I said, "No." Wow. And Laura called me back yesterday. She goes, "I ain't believing it. Well, you know, I cooked a hamburger." He said, "This slice." They go, "Great." I quit it. I said, "Oh, yeah, I got him yesterday afternoon, bought his second job." Yeah, I was talking about it. He said, "The kids go, we're finally got real meat, Daddy. This is real meat here." Not what we're getting in the grocery store.
And he said you're thinking about doing your own processing plant?
Right now, we've got, that's always been on the list of money to do it. I got some great folks in Jefferson I'm working with. She's not going anywhere, but if they were to retire, what he does with that, then my missing link would have to cover. Right. So, but that's the last thing I want to see.
You know, the way that it's packaged and all that stuff, it's just so perfect.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I would hate that to be changed.
See, they wouldn't change it, it'd be the same process, but, I mean, like I said, along with Miss Marcia and Mr. Bill, because I asked Miss Marcia, she said, "We would really like to see you up here, production." I said, "Really?" I said, "Well, you trying to make this a job." I said, "When you got back," she said, "No, you look at it." Her compliment was, "You don't know how nice it is to process it." So the whole, if your crowds come here, people will total attitude of our, you should have picked the change. The process could be the easier process and have less work with it.
I just love like hamburger knots, so fat, how it's stored so easy.
I told Tiffany and Laura, she goes, I said, 30 minutes before you got here, I took it out of the fridge. She will argue with me that just 4 foot, 30 minutes back on right till they grab the ribeyes out there. And put a pan of water and
And I said,
vacuum seal, and I put them in a pan and put them.
Well, I knew that Josh was going to want some of them, because when he cooked them the first time, you know, when you gave us the sample, Natalie did everything with the plate.
So that's Tiffany and Laura come out. There's no way I can eat all this. There's no way I can eat all this. I looked over and I'm like, yeah. Y'all gonna get Buddy your steak? No, I ate this steak. I heard him over there barking at you. You won't get none of this steak. Talking about they whipped them. Had to take some of it out. Take every bit of it. I can't believe I called it.
Well, Laura Starling's a good one to get on it. She's really out there. She's a really nice person.
The month of the newspaper article.
Did y'all do the light package?
Oh, good.
Yeah, they did real well. Had a lot of positive response. The only thing I have
below a quarter, you start losing, you know, a quarter and above, you get every single product on that. Briskets, and then once you get a little value pack, I'm actually having an overrun now, because I get so many people want the value packs, and the little value packs about 12 or 10 times. That, there's a lot of, roads and stuff like that, I'm not able to utilize them all. So, I ended up having an overflow in that. James just did a giveaway on, good morning.
How are you, sir?
Thank you for coming this morning. I know it's the day off, but thank you.
For having me.
James asked if he could do a giveaway, I said, yeah, do a roast giveaway. I said, "I'm gonna take a roast." So he did a, we can give away, he said, there was a number of you were around. So, did a giveaway, and, the whole table box, little freezers, because it's overrun, so I'm not making up any difference price. Generally, I hold packages, the more you buy. But, it's all good. My wife looked at me, she said, "You're having just way too much money." I said, "What do you think I'm gonna do when I sit there and turn these rental properties over to girls?" I said, "I'm not gonna completely quit. I mean, you're gonna hit the road." There were a couple of comments from 5 more years in my plan. If I could do it for you, I would. I said, I got to train these children. I had so much joy just going out there.
Well, that's what you love, didn't you?
But that's what no money. As Karen says, I love that. Just keep doing that.
Well, it's almost a service to people, giving them a good product like that.
I've watched some of it since.
See, Daylon.
They're sugar-free. Yes. Sugar-free, guilt-free.
Sugar-free sweet.
It is, sorry. I mean, well, that's like it. I know y'all probably look at me thinking, she went to Starbucks. I made my coffee at home this morning. I make my cold.
How are you?
Good, Mr. George, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
I learned there's right, there's no sugar in it.
All right.
Thank you
Good
again
mo-
for
Good morning.
coming in
Good
this
morning.
morning.
Good morning. Anytime I meet with you, I like to give you school information about how and what our office is doing and has done.
Thank you, sir.
And some information you should know.
Thank you.
So, first sheet that I gave you has to do with the appeals the last 4 years, 5 years. And as you can see, they're down. They're completely down. And I'll get into it that's a great thing. We only have, out of this 82 for this year, 14 appeals going to the Board of Equalization, which is incredible.
which is only one day of hearings. And I'm very pleased with that, considering all the assessment changes that we have made. So that's a great thing. That means we're doing it right. As you know, the market is way up. It's a seller's market, residentially and commercially, going on right now, and our job is to keep up with market value. Okay? Second page I wanted to give you is very important to us and to you and to the schools. That's done every year by the Department of Audits and Accounts, the Georgia Department of Revenue. This is very important. It has to do with ratios, our assessment to sales ratio. As you know, the Department of Revenue gives us a range that we must be within every year by statute, and that's between 44 and 36%. Okay? And 40 being the magic number of the middle of that range. So I'm very pleased to say that our 2020 is always a year behind. Our 2020 ratio is 39-36, which is outstanding. That means our assessment to sales ratio is very good, very healthy in what we're doing. Now, I've given you the whole state, which is sent to us. Some of you get this, the schools get this. You will see the ratios of all the counties in the state. Now, there are some counties close by that aren't doing very well. Baldwin is 35, Peach is 35, Houston is 35. Now, what happens when you get below 36%? State sends you a nice letter telling you basically you're not doing your job and you have to revalue properties. And that's not a good thing, because that could hinder the tax commissioner in billing and collection, and your digest not being approved. If your digest is not approved every year by the Department of Revenue, you have to go to court and you have to ask a judge to bill. And that's not a good thing. There's some counties up north that have had to do that a lot, and that's not a good thing. So I'm very pleased that with our ratio of 39-36. Very pleased, considering this hot market that we're in. Okay? Next page is our revenue, 2017 from our office, which we have
We can share. Yeah, we'll share.
And you can see that I know the numbers by heart. You can see in 2021, the second page, we're at a total for the last 5 years of $217,750,071 in total increased assessments since 2017, and which results in $3,384,294.51 in new county revenue to the county and the schools. And I know you know this, but 85% of all county and school revenue comes from the tax assessor's office. Okay, and that's what we produced. And you see 2021. So people have said, are these real numbers? And I say, they come from our tax digest that's produced every year, straight out of our system, which the Department of Revenue gets. Last year's special assessments, the 40% number was $845,438,736. Our preliminary digest, we do a preliminary digest. I do that for the tax commissioner so he can help you with your millage rate, and the schools can set their millage rate. Preliminary digest that was done July 15th was $868,653,367. These are real numbers, all right? Which is an increase of $23,214,604. That's the 40% number, all right? The 100% number is $58,036,510. Okay? That results in what you see in 2021 of some $835,733.52 in new county revenue for 2021. Now, I run a final digest that I give to the tax commissioner. It will be around the 24th of this month. I don't expect that number to change significantly for the final digest. That digest, along with the tax commissioner's information, other forms that I have to produce, go to Atlanta to be approved, so that the tax commissioner can bill and collect taxes. All right? So I'm very happy about that number, and you can see what we've done over the 5-year period, which has made the county very healthy fiscally. That all goes into my budget for 2021. My budget for 2021 is going to be the same as 2020. We don't foresee any type of increases. We're very fiscally responsible in the tax collector's office. We don't put fluff in for things that we don't need. So it's going to be the same. I think that's very, very good and very reasonable. My only request for special request is to replace an old vehicle, 2005 Trailblazer. I've had to put a lot of money into the repairs of this vehicle in the past 2 to 3 years. And I'm very concerned about its drivability for the staff. We have 5 people who go out in the field, and we have 3 vehicles. So I wanted to replace this vehicle. It's the oldest vehicle, 16 years old, so that we can continue going out in the field, doing our inspections. That's what we have to do. To get this amount of increased revenue, it's labor intensive, we're in the field. Can't do it from our desk. So that's my only request, special request for the department. I'll take any questions you may have about the information I gave you.
I'm just going to start with the budget item. I'm just curious, your vehicle costs $32,000 and 2 pickup trucks cost $53,000. So I'm just going to split that in half, like $26,500 a piece. Do you need a truck, or you just need a vehicle, or?
I need an SUV.
Okay.
Because we have to go on dirt roads and things like that.
An SUV is better than a truck on dirt road?
Well, if they're not hauling anything, I
The
would
tax
say
assessor doesn't need a truck.
a truck.
They don't need a truck.
Well, I was just looking at costs, you know. If the
Right.
truck is $26,000 and the SUV is $32,000.
Was
Correct.
this off our government pricing?
Yeah, that's where I went. I went to a government provider and came up with that number.
The vehicle you want to replace, how many miles it got on it right now?
About 95,000.
It's 2005 with mechanical issues with 95,000 miles. Must be
Well,
Dodge.
you know, we drive it hard. I mean, you know,
Dodge would be at
Chevrolet
300,000.
well, we're on roads, you know, those vehicles have put in a lot of use as far as getting the
local
job
miles.
done.
Yeah, it's
But,
local miles.
I'm looking at the repairs that are coming about from this vehicle the past 2 to 3 years. That's what I'm looking at. And,
Gotcha.
you know, my job is to make sure that my staff is safe going out and coming back, but every time they go out in this vehicle and come back, there's an issue. And I have to get it fixed, because we have to continue to work.
I think this might be a question for Jason. Weren't we putting everything in a spreadsheet so that we would know cost value, what we're spending on these things? Because at some point, we want to be able to have a recommendation, basically before a department head has to come beg for a new vehicle. If we see that we're getting to the point where we're spending a lot of money, whether it's a 2005 or a 2020, at some point, we get rid of the vehicle and get something that's more cost effective.
So what we have that's usable, I guess, at this point, is sort of the standards that were in that policy, which is the age and the mileage, and then there's hours specified for equipment. So the plan was to use, there was a free program out there through Fleet Share, which is a government fleet, there's a government fleet magazine, and this is sort of an offshoot of that. And they had this free tool that they kind of sent out there, and we never could get it to work. It was built in Excel, but for whatever reason, we just never have been able to get it to work. So I think what I'm going to have to do at some point is find an actual fleet management software. Free stuff is good, but and I emailed back and forth with the people that created it and that kind of stuff, and they just never were able to get it to work either. So I just kind of ran into a dead end with that. But we do have that policy did contain mileage and age standards that I think you can still use until that point.
Okay.
We need to really look at our fleet, because we don't want to replace vehicles before their time, but then we don't want to run vehicles in certain departments that are way past their time, because
Right.
then you're just throwing good money after bad. So,
We got a lot of them in 300,000 mile range right now.
That was my next question. Is this something that another department would be able to use that don't put many miles on it, or would we surplus it?
I would surplus it.
I'd like to see the vehicle, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if someone could use a vehicle that's going short distances, then you could probably use it for that.
Sometimes Matt will use some just within a park that don't, leave the park, and so, something like that was not traveling on the road.
Right.
just needs to be
To
evaluated.
answer that question, we'd take that vehicle to a local shop that's qualified to do a, analysis of the
Right.
needs and make it safe and
Exactly.
explore that.
We might have a vehicle that we can use in another
Repurpose.
department that needs
Yeah.
one.
Before we
instead of
surplus something, we
it.
just need it, 95,000 miles before we surplus something, take it to the shop.
Yeah.
One of the local shops that does it all, say, okay, what's your recommendations? They say, we think it does. You're done. We're done. That lady's keeping us in time. Any other questions?
Any other questions?
Thank you for your,
Thank you.
thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me today.
Donna, you better come on. She's already got you on the clock.
I don't start your city stuff on.
I just wanted to do that to the chairman. It's one time.
We got some spare time.
One of the few
unused.
times you've had.
And I'm gonna relish in it when I do.
Sitting back there, y'all just look so serious up here.
It's money.
Are we serious?
Oh, I know, right? I've got 3 items on the budget special request. Item number 2, create additional space from a shower and a closet at the courthouse. What this is Judge Green
We already got that.
We already got the info.
You
Yeah,
good?
we already
Yeah,
got
you
the
got
info.
Okay,
I'm
anyway.
saving you time.
Just looking for,
Next.
Very good on
you
that.
done got me.
You got your carpet too.
So we just need to know about this carpet cleaning. We just need to know about this carpet cleaning.
Item number 3, carpet cleaning at the Civic Center. It's been 2015 since they had the carpet clean there, and I just would like to, just to spruce it up. We got more visitors, more people coming in. You know, Matt's over there too, and
That's
he's
a
making
no-brainer.
What's that?
I think it's a no-brainer.
No brainer. Hey. And Levita, I think I watched you this morning go over to your carpet, so. Hey, it's easy for me, y'all.
Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
Good deal.
Thank y'all so much.
Well, you
Y'all
know,
have a
one
blessing.
thing we need to look at though, I'm not trying to, like the roof on this one.
Yep.
I don't know if it's dirt or rust up there.
I think it's more, I ain't gonna say mold, but I did.
It's dirt.
It does need cleaning.
Well, from a,
and I thought
from a
about
distance, you know, last thing we want to do is let it rust through. But,
right.
and
You know, we went around the entire building cleaning the soffits and all that around it, but I was kind of scared to let my guys get up there trying to pressure wash, but we'll look at it.
I mean, I just, you know, I'm looking from the ground up.
No, I know, I'm not, hey.
I know we got some roofs around the county that could.
Roofs
could need
like
attention.
this, you want to put a good contractor, maybe the white encapsulation roof up there. It'll save on your cooling bills. I've dealt with it before in other commercial buildings, and it greatly lowers the temperature and saves
Oh,
you.
yeah, kind of insulation from the
It
top.
seals it.
Yeah, right.
You get a long warranty on it.
But keep up the good work.
Hey,
I see a
appreciate
lot of
you
good things
guys.
happening. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time this morning.
Yeah, have a blessing.
Enjoy your Saturday.
Enjoy your.
Donald,
Dawn, before you go.
before you go, will you put a large trash can in the conference room?
Oh, and some more ice.
Can.
They're trying to make you work on a Saturday. Look at that.
Look at that, Donald. They just ordering you around.
And while you're at
He's
it,
used to it.
Since you got free time.
while you're here,
Come on, John. Just watch this lady up here. She'll start throwing cards at you.
We'll leave then.
Massey
Good
Ferguson.
morning, y'all.
Morning. I got a question about the Massey Ferguson hat. Thought you was a cat man.
You don't like my hat?
I like your hat. I'm
He
I'm
tries
proud
to-
of you for changing the hats.
He's off work.
now you know, be wearing a Dodge hat.
Yeah, if I'm at work, I wear my cat hat.
Yeah.
All work, I wear this one.
You don't want that one to get dirty.
That's his good going
Oh,
out
I've been
hat.
dirtied already this morning. I done had a shower and
Uh-huh.
I started to come up here dirty.
That'd been fine too, but we appreciate y'all coming up this morning, taking your time.
Thank you.
Well, Angie's gonna read this. We got a few things.
Good morning. We're here today to request 3 special items for the Public Works Department. Attached to your budget packs are the estimated cost of each item. Number 32 on the listing, the lift for the shop will allow us to work in-house on larger vehicles than we currently can, as well as it being safer than crawling under the trucks, as is what's being done currently. This would allow quicker servicing of emergency vehicles from the EMA. Can EMA help with this purchase, being it benefits their department as well? Number 33 on the listing. We are requesting 2 new trucks due to the issues and repairs needed on multiple vehicles, which are over 310 to 312,000 miles. There are approximately 34 vehicles in our fleet at Public Works. It seems more feasible to replace them than put more money into failing vehicles. The total estimated cost of the vehicles and the lift would be $79,909. There are some line items in the budget that are restricted funds that can't be used for these purchases. We have some exemplary employees we would also like to recognize for their excellent work and attendance. We have vacant positions and are finding it very hard to fill spots due to the pay for some of the positions.
How many employees do y'all have?
28.
28, and you have 34 trucks?
That includes.
Yeah, but some of them are parked down there too now.
I know.
We've got a
You've
got
got
a
more
spreader
than
truck
2 over
that we only use
300,000,
in
don't you?
wintertime.
Oh, yeah, we probably got, yeah, I think it's about 4 that we got over 300.
Yeah.
you don't have 34 pickup trucks. You got 34 trucks.
That's right.
That's right.
All vehicles.
I mean, that's dump trucks and flatbeds, which we already got a flatbed that's been parked for over a year. Cause the motor needs to be rebuilt. I didn't want to spend the money on it.
Sorry. I'll be honest, would you hit 300,000 miles? I think that unless he's got something back,
These trucks are wore out.
well, 300,000.
I mean, one of them, we sent down to, what's the guy below Jackson Brothers, Perry, Tommy?
Highway 129.
He couldn't figure out what was going on with it. He said it needs to go back to Chevrolet place.
300,000 Chevrolet, that's all I need to know.
Yeah. If it's Dodge, you just keep on riding, but that's all right.
Dodge, it wouldn't have made it this far.
I mean, I only see 2 trucks down here. I mean, I ain't trying to throw a kink at it, but I mean,
Well, we got about 4 really that's got.
that's
bunch
what
of miles
that's what
on
I'm saying. I mean, once you hit 300,000, I think it's almost a no-brainer. Isn't it time to?
It's a Dodge. It's supposed to keep going, right?
No, we don't have no Dodges. That's the problem. We wouldn't be having this conversation.
Oh.
Goes back to the vehicle replacement policy.
Right.
We need to figure out.
What's
that.
our policy? We got a mileage cap on it, or do we ain't got that far?
There's a mileage cap, those are beyond it, well beyond it. I was gonna mention this too, Mr. Chairman, if I could real
Sure.
quick. You know, one of the things the GPS system does, we've got maybe 105 units installed right now. And there are days when I pull that thing up and there's a dashboard and it'll tell you how many vehicles have the check engine light on. There have been days when 1/3 of our vehicles had the check engine light on. So like 33, 35 will have a check engine light on.
But
And,
is that from needing to be serviced? I mean, mine comes on when it's time to oil change. I ain't gonna
These
replace
right
it
here,
for
they
that.
ain't gonna tell them about them, what might be going on with them.
And I crawled in a lot of these things when we were putting them in, and
Was it scary?
Yeah, we've got a lot of beat up old vehicles.
But you know, that brings to the point of vehicle maintenance and time replacement and making sure that we do it. And
We changed the oil in them now.
But the oil and the check engine light are different. If it was an O2 sensor or something else, or a transmission need to be serviced, and a flatbed truck whose engine needs to be rebuilt, before we get to the rebuild phase, what's going wrong? Is it valves? Is it something else? So it's not about you. It's about our process for how we manage all of that and make sure we have the maintenance. That's all. I don't have a problem replacing trucks with 300,000 miles.
I think the number on the pickups need to be funds wise. I'm gonna look at Levita. Has he got any hidey-ho money there for trucks?
Now, John had talked to me the other day, he called, I was wondering about the new SPOS, but you cannot depend on the new SPOS, it has not come in yet. And once it does come in, it may be September. Okay, well, you only got 1 month worth of funds.
Right. How about, did we have any splosh?
No, he's used up all his SPOS, but between one, he's waiting on 2 trucks, he's waiting on some equipment,
Well, that lift for the shop.
so he's used up all of his SPOS funds on.
Okay. All right.
So you
So
got,
he would have to come out of his general.
you got 2 coming from the SPOS money already?
2 trucks.
2 trucks?
Yeah.
And then 2 here, so that's what I'm saying.
That's gonna be
He's
the 4
got-
then.
Well,
He's got
see,
4 300,000 there.
Then,
Hopefully
the
they'll-
Mini X,
All right. But so you got 4, so you, I forgot that. Well, you got 4 trucks coming in. Okay. My bad.
He got 2 coming, right, and a Mini X?
We've got 2.
well, the Mini X is already there, but we got 2 that's coming.
Yeah,
And
and
the
that's
2
why he's
more
asking
give
for
him the
2,
4
to
to-
make the 4.
So he'll get the 4 to at least get rid of the 4 that's over
But,
there.
like Angie was saying, we got some other, hey, we got one truck down there, I know it's probably got around 400 on it. Some of them probably
410
between 225 and 275.
Need to get on a cycle. Okay, we need to, because,
I think it's where software needs to come
Yeah.
into play. That even the GPS stuff says, you know, if the 400,000 is sitting there because it's a piece of junk, you know, and it's a backup truck for one or something, if you got one in the back, because I would hope we got some backup trucks that it's not a dire emergency that if a truck goes down, we got a guy sitting there and ain't got a way to go.
Oh, we'll carry them out there.
We'll carry
We might
him
have to
back.
go check on him, but we'll carry them out there.
So, yeah, well, I think the short answer is 300,000 miles definitely warrants
oh yeah,
2 new trucks.
yep.
The replacement standards for a pickup truck was 120 months or 225,000 miles. 225.
Well, that means
And
most
we got a
of it.
bunch of them over that,
Yeah.
all right at it.
225, is that low for a truck? I don't own a truck. I mean, I got an old Cadillac Escalade with 250,000 miles on it, so.
Well, personal stuff, you gonna keep it longer. Air conditioning might not work.
You ever seen me
Roll the
hauling
window down and
stuff?
Keep riding. But, I mean, you know, down here, if something don't, especially the air conditioning, if it don't work, they ain't gonna get in it.
How's our time running? We about out?
And our air conditioning man that we were using, he went out of business, so we had to try to find somebody else.
What about the, back to the left, you're talking about doing the bigger trucks, you're not talking about the.
Yeah, yeah. Like the EMA trucks.
Right. You're not talking about doing the roll-offs, nothing like that?
No, no, no,
Okay.
no. Cause Andy and them EMA trucks, when they come in for oil change, they gotta crawl up under it. And your plug and your oil filter is right there by that exhaust. I mean,
But your current lifts won't pick them up?
no. Well, most of the time, that one between the sheriff's department and other departments, you know, with smaller vehicles, it stays pretty busy.
So you got two now, and one of them's being replaced, this is the third lift, or there's
No,
one?
we ain't got one lift.
Okay, and that's the one that is being replaced with SPOS money? Did you say something about SPOS money a while ago? Or was that this one?
That's that one.
So you've
Trying to
got
get
one
one.
lift already on the way.
No, no, we already got one that's been in there for several years.
And it's working?
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Now, is this a total lift or is it independent computered?
No,
It's a drive on?
no, you drive up under it and your arms come around up under it. And then it picks it up. You got locks, you know, it. So they can get up under it and change the oil and stuff like that. Put brakes on.
Sure. Any other questions? Thank you all for coming. That was all of it, wasn't it? Thank you. Go back and get on your
Enjoy
boat. I know we
yourself.
got the bass for you. That's what you got at home, ain't it?
No.
Answering
that question.
Man, a few words.
Hey, Angie, I'll come see y'all Monday.
No.
See y'all.
Thank you.
Mahindra, baby.
Boy, we're gonna jump way ahead. Come on.
Was watching y'all on the big screen, so I heard you had some openings, so I just come on.
Come on.
Yeah, we're.
That's
all right with y'all,
I
ain't
feel
it?
kind of funny in a t-shirt over here, but now
You're
I don't
good.
feel so bad.
You can came in shorts if you want.
I got the shorts on.
I don't have any socks on, but I don't wear. He wears no socks all the time. I've only got very few things that I'm asking for this year. Article number 8 in a special request is the online training platform. This is something that we have been needing for years, and actually have been using either Word or Excel or something like that we've been documenting our training. And then Standards and Training came up with a system also. But I think this is going to give us the advantage to move up a lot more with ISO. ISO recommends a program that it's a training platform, and I've timed this out pretty well since I've got a few things. It's the system is called, or the program is called Lexipol. It's Fire Rescue Academy. It's an accreditation online system that ISO recognizes for fire training. By utilizing this system, it would assist the department in tracking, maintaining accountability, and most importantly, help increase the number of hours necessary per ISO requirements. Our volunteers would be able to complete their predetermined assignments from any laptop, mobile device, or home computer. The department would be able to monitor the 7 different blocks that ISO recommends and requires in training. And that is company level, 192 hours, or different programs, drill facility, officer training, driver's training, new driver's training, hazmat, and recruit. Those be when ISO requests to come in and evaluate our system, they'll go ahead and have our training hours already engaged when they arrive. So what's been taking more time is evaluating the old system that we have right now with training, which is just manual. This, they can plug right into it and get the hours and download it very quickly. The cost on that is $4,700. It's actually just the setup is $400, but at approximately $43 a person, personnel is what it's going to cost a year after this $400 setup.
How many do you have in terms of personnel?
I've got 100 plus, so I put 100 down there as just a justification. So.
And that's an annual cost?
Yeah, well, it's $43 per personnel.
So over 4,000 annually.
Right. And I think that it'll be worth it's going to be worth it.
Can the city use the license as well, or use the software?
I can't. I have no earthly idea. I'm sure they could,
Okay.
but I don't know if they use this system. I think they use another system like this, but I don't know. I can't answer that question. What's that?
Set up. They're already set up. They already have
Okay.
all programs.
You saw she flagged you for 3 minutes.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I don't even look over there. I didn't see you over there.
So you got 3 more items. You
Oh,
gotta
okay.
hurry.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. These are pretty easy. This was recommended by Donald that just left here. He was on the roof of Station 6 on Upper River Road. The last time the shingles were replaced was 25 plus years ago when the place burned down. Was hit by lightning one Christmas or New Year's or something like that. Anyway, he suggested that we get some new shingles. We've got 3. I think it should be in your package there that we've got 3 different quotes in there. I think the lowest quote was $13,950, $13,950.
Shingles or metal?
Sir?
Is that shingles or metal?
Shingles.
You going back with shingles?
Yes, sir.
And how many squares is on that thing?
It's a pretty big house. I'm sorry. All right, and actually the last item was paint for Station 8. That's the station right there on Gray Highway at Rock Creek. To me, when I drive by it, I think of people putting dirty hands on the side of the building. It looks so bad. The last time it was painted was 17, 18 years ago. New paint on the outside.
That's when it was built, or?
It was somewhere around in there. I think that
Like the
Mr. Green
original
had
paint on it.
changed the color, and I didn't think that the members liked it too much, but I think it was changed a few times. But we're going back with a pale with red doors. Make it look like a firehouse. That's all I've got. Oh, one more. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You got 2 more on here.
Yeah, well, one of them is a whole different situation. This last one is PPE. It's hard to believe it's been 8 years since we ordered PPE, but I'm not saying that we replace everything right now. I think we should do a little at a time. So to get approximately 10 sets of gear for this year it would be approximately $20,000. And we go with the same gear that we've got, except the boots. The boots have been a failure. They haven't lasted. They were the cheapest, but we got what we. Right, exactly. Never go that route again.
Questions for Don?
There's one more.
Oh, the safety thing, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We had added, it may not even be on here.
Number 12.
Number 12, this is Charles' budget. I think everything is the very same on his budget, except he wanted $3,000 for incentives, which is hats, T-shirts, whatever else he gives away that helps. Masks, yeah.
Now that's all. Any questions for Don?
Yeah, Don, the PPEs.
Yes,
So
sir.
You 20,000 only get 10 sets, 10 outfit. Do you have a rotation where that you got the oldest 10 going to be replaced now, and next year you have 10 more? And how do you, second part before you answer, how do you determine who gets the 10 if you don't have a plan already?
Commissioner, the only way that we can determine realistically is inspect the gear. And when it starts breaking down, you're going to know it. You're going to have holes, you're going to have soft spots and things like that. The only thing that you could really do is inspect it, and that is basically it. The ones that are using their gear the most will probably.
That's where I was going. You
Right.
should have identify who answers what call.
Right.
And who goes to training.
Right.
Those are the people who would have their equipment on. So you could probably prioritize your top 50 people.
Right.
Of who answers what, and then.
But I know who's keeping the gear in the back of the truck get beat up by sun and rain and stuff like that. But we provide them a bag too. So, but I know the difference between being worn at a fire and one that has been abused.
That's on the management side of it.
We can handle that.
We don't want to promote
That's where a
bad behavior.
semi-annual gear inspection comes
Right.
in. You catch those problems before it gets mildewed and sun rotted, because that's the couple things that run
Because
from
the
here.
last thing we want is somebody with inadequate gear that's volunteering to save our life.
We have the huge washing machine in the back, and it is on constantly, all the time. And we've actually, instead of purchasing one of the dryers, we have made out of PVC pipe with a big blower, and you hang it up like you're wearing it. So it's got little holes in it, so it takes about 12 hours to dry the gear, but it's perfect. But you know the ones that come and it smells like mildew or something like that, they're not taking care of their stuff. So that's another thing that we deal with, so.
Anything else?
I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
I hadn't looked through your entire budget, but as far as like any third-party testing for your pumps, hoses, things of that nature, that would help you in ISO rate, evaluations.
We actually got an agreement with Sandy Springs. They bring down the big unit, and we put multiple hoses on it, test the hoses, and then we've got 9 folks that are certified in certifying our pumps.
Right. I was just questioning of an outside independent third-party agency that's their full-time.
Right.
That vendors that may do.
I've had
Miami-Dade
Fisher
or
come in.
Atlanta.
I've had Fisher come in and do a few things.
Right, but I'm just wondering, that stands out a lot better in ISO evaluations, to have a third-party accredited agency to do your work versus, you just don't want any favoritism when you test.
I thought I had one while ago.
Yeah, I thought
I know what you're saying, John. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We on a
No, John, I know exactly what you're talking about. We're trying to get by as cheap as we can, but the system that Sandy Springs has, I've never seen one like it. And it's a big trailer, and you hook all your hoses up to it, and is very nice.
Oh, I got it too.
All right, very good.
Don,
Yes, sir.
I know we just ordered some trucks.
Yes, sir.
Do we have any other fire stations that have trucks that are out of date, or that we need to plan a replacement for?
Already have.
I'm sorry, they're having a conversation about other people.
The 3 will serve us well, because we'll push the ones that are really, really, really needing replacement. We push them back as reserves, which we get points for that too. We don't have any reserves right now. I think what you're asking, is there anything out there that we need to replace? Yes, there is, but the 3 that we'll put on the line next summer, the ones that are sitting at that station right now will push out and replace the ones that we really needed replacing. So they'll replace those, and those will go back into the ones that needed to be replaced.
Sheriff,
Will go
Sheriff
into
Way ahead
a
of schedule, y'all wanna call?
reserve unit, which will be rare that it goes out.
Right, and I was just curious, because, you know, I think of Highway 57 and that fire station, how many trucks is it supposed to have?
One, well, it's got one engine in there.
And if that engine goes down, then what?
Right now, we don't have anything to replace it.
Yeah.
But once we get to 3, then we'll all of a sudden have 3 spares.
Okay. And is that where we need to be for ISO as well?
3 will do us fine. A lot better than we were the last evaluation. I still think we won't have any problems reaching a 4. I really don't. And I think the city's gonna move up too, so,
She's coming on.
you know, 3's it's gonna be fine for us.
Okay, I'm just thinking of planned replacement. You know, we have a standard for pickup trucks, but we don't have a standard necessarily for fire trucks.
Right.
We do? Oh, well, praise the Lord. Look at that. There's a standard. But also, I don't want it to be a surprise. I'd rather us have a line item in your budget where every year we're putting that money in there, kind of like the water department has a construction budget. Hey, a truck replacement budget.
I dig that. That would be wonderful to have something like that. I'm not used to that, so
it's due to be different.
You know, I try to be as lean as I can, but I would love to have a line item that would replace apparatus only.
Absolutely.
Not
right.
Command vehicles and stuff like that. I'm talking apparatus.
Right. Because I don't want it to be dependent on a splosh, because splosh is unpredictable. We don't know. And at some point, we may end up doing something different, hopefully, with splosh, like capital improvement. But truck replacement should be a part of budgets, in my opinion.
I would love to have 3 tankers right now. And
That would help on a lot of ISO
yes. Place one downtown here, one on this side of town, and one on the other side of town. And they're virtually, they're a lot cheaper. You can get a cheaper model and still get points as a Class 1 pumper on that. So, but then it carries a lot more water than just a regular pumper does. But it would help us out where we don't have water.
We should be looking, because I don't know if any of the people will be using some America's CARES Act money to do something for fire and safety, and they may end up getting rid of some of their fleets or upgrading, and we have an opportunity to pick up one. Let's figure that out.
I've heard of a few EMAs taking advantage of that, and I've heard of a few from other chiefs that some of that money was used for an apparatus. I'm not sure what the regulations is on spending that kind of money on apparatus, but I know that, yes, sir.
Amen. Oh, last question.
Yes, sir.
I remember we used to have like 140, 150 people. We're down to 100. What's going on and how do we
Well,
fix it?
A few years ago, the standards and training, there's new rules and regulations that you have to abide by with standards and training for the state. They required us to take the people that are not active, and you have to take them off the list. So there's where you lose people that are in their 70s and 80s. Now, we've got people that are active at that age, but we've got a handful that's not active. So the folks that are not active, we can't have them on the list anymore.
Right. I'm not just so concerned about carrying folks for list purposes, but making sure we have enough people to go out on the calls,
Right.
and then creating a sustainable pipeline, whether it starts at the high school or someplace else, so we can get our numbers.
Just had a meeting with the district guy that's in this area now with the Boy Scouts, an Explorer program that we're going to develop for the high school. This is going to be a hot topic. The assistant principal that's in the Rotary with us, Laura. We're already planning a meeting with her. This is not going to be a Boy Scout, Girl Scout thing. It's going to be a whole different thing. It's about careers. And ours is going to be, our topic is fire rescue, fire department based and rescue based.
Awesome.
So I think we can get into that and make a difference. If we can pull a few from the high school, and we have before, maybe we can pull more.
And Chairman, I would ask, check workforce development to see if we can get those dollars, not just for, of course, the salary part of it, but for the gear. Because if we can shave off $2,000 for PPE, why not?
And we can get in touch with Darryl and run that by him, because there's all kind of, we're getting extra money other counties aren't using, regions aren't using. So
Yes, sir.
we're trying to spend it.
And they'll come with turnout gear.
Sir, I'm for that. I'm going to try to obtain some money from the coalition. I just was placed on the executive board with the coalition for this area. It's, 30 some odd counties. And they get so much money a year. And I'll be able to vote where we need to put some of this money, and I think some of it needs to go towards this Explorer program with the kids. I think we can snatch a few kids that are, I've had a lot of them call, but it's hard to reach them if you don't see them and stuff like that. But we're going to go into the school after them, and I think that's what's going to make a difference. And I can carry some money too from the coalition.
Is Deanna still teaching the first responder classes, or is that a fall class?
I think she does in the fall, but right now it's not. It's not in service right now.
I mean, is there any way, because I know that other school systems do the fire rescue as a credit.
This is what we're working towards right there.
Senate Bill 2, is that, I think Senate Bill 2 is, I don't know. Senate Bill 2, I think, is where if you've got a kid that knows they're not going to go into a college setting.
Right.
But is career-oriented, that they can take their core classes and focus on, if they know
Stuff
they
like
want
that,
to be
yeah.
a fireman, that would be,
Well, there's actually another certification coming up now, EMTR, and it's gauged for the younger rescue.
so it's what used to be the rescue.
Right, like first responder, and then when EMR, now the state is going to make you hold a license, and they'll be able to gauge exactly what you're doing with your rescue units, which is probably needs to have been done a long time ago.
I shared workforce development, Daryl Stillings' number. We can call him and see what opportunities there are.
Is that what was hitting me?
Yeah, that's what
Yes.
I turned my phone
I
back
thought
on.
I
and
was
shared
looking
it.
around to see if
Well,
she was around saying, "Shut up."
I got my
Or it
phone
might have been
off.
Sam.
I was going to, but I didn't. We're a little ahead, so.
And literally, workforce development can pay for training, right? So the ISO stuff, the regular training in-house, and then they can also pay for uniforms. And if we can get turnout gear, and while the turnout gear gets paid for per student, the turnout gear really gets identified or associated with a fire station. So if that child doesn't stay, we still got turnout gear.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I would go a little farther and just say that a full-on recruitment program, so that you're bringing them a pathway from the school into the station, you know, where the rubber hits the road, is get them their turnout gear, get them their training, get them their certification, and no different from a regular volunteer that says, I've been here 2 years, I got all the training, and I'm going somewhere else. It might be 2 days that they decide, but you got all the resources there for the next kid.
Have you been in any contact with Ms. Rackley, Laura Rackley?
Yes.
Okay.
I have lunch with her every other Wednesday.
You might want to clarify that.
But you gotta talk to her.
At 12 o'clock with the administrator.
For the Kiwanis.
But you gotta talk to her, Don.
Good. We've talked about these types of programs, and we've actually been to the schools and talked with the kids before.
I mean, I just
When
think-
COVID came, it just everything has changed so much. It's crazy. I don't have to tell y'all how crazy it is. And I think we're heading that way again. I really do.
I think it's really cool if we're able to get a program up and off the ground, because fire stations are in most of these kids' neighborhoods, so
Yeah.
they can report to their respective areas.
Well, they've got internet now.
Yeah.
They can go to the station and sit in the parking lot and do what they do.
Yeah.
Right.
Thanks to Wendy
No. Board
and
of
Matt
Education.
and Board of Education. And if they go inside, they've got it too. The only station we don't have.
Butch is going to tell you it's his time, right?
Yes, it is his time. Any more questions?
Thank you, Don.
We're on it.
Thank you for your morning.
Thank y'all.
I know you want to go help cut grass somewhere, and then go
No,
back and cut grass.
my grass is already done.
Good deal.
I got gutters to clean out because I had a leak last night during all that storm.
So it hit Gray pretty hard, huh?
What's that?
The storm kind of hit Gray hard last
Yeah.
night?
Areas.
Yeah, we had trees down
I didn't have a drop of
everywhere.
rain.
We had 1,600 folks without power, so
I
it's
did not have a
crazy.
drop of rain.
My house is beat up. I'm like, holy cow.
Sheriff, it's all yours.
Thank y'all.
We're on the road today. We're running ahead of time.
Oh, where's that?
Change clothes, but I had on short shorts, wife beater shirt and all that. I figured I'd be too sexy for y'all up here.
He didn't want to show off all his
He
tattoos.
was gonna be big, bringing sexy
Well, for the
back.
record, I got shorts on and Daylight got
All
shorts
right.
on. So if your legs are pretty than ours, bring it on.
It's sexy.
In our budget, a couple of things that we, this year we had to replace 5 or 6 air conditioners. We've saved the old ones, we've tried to part them. Long story short, we couldn't. We're saving the old ones now, but in the budget, we're putting in there to try to replace some each year. After all these years, somebody in the organization finally got smart. We've numbered all the 24 units up there. We have a file for each one. We know what each one's going to cost us in the future. It took us a long time to figure that out. I'm talking fast now. Several months ago, it came before y'all about raises for the deputies. We're just like anybody else. Help is, it's just not out there now. Unfortunately, we're not like a lot of places. We can't shut down till the next shift comes in. Currently, I'm short 3. I have 3 with COVID. Hopefully, some of them will be back next week, the 3 on COVID. But we need the salaries to keep attracting people. Very few applicants out there anymore. People just don't want to get in our line of business. I'm very proud of what our people do, how they do it. We're not going to apologize for doing our job, and we're not going to take a back seat and just let things ride. If we do, we'll be making Millersville before long. Like I said, the salaries was the big thing. Y'all gave us those salaries way back.
we've tripled what we thought would come in from the federal side. We're currently negotiating a new contract. We get $45 a day. We're going to ask for $55 a day. We expect to get $51 a day from the feds. They're bringing us, I don't know what happened in Tift County, but they're bringing us on Monday, don't know how many. But we're getting our foot back in the door with the federal people, so hopefully that will be more income for us in the future. Again, the salaries is the big thing that I'm concerned, and I think you say 4%, I'm fine with that.
That's what we
That's
got.
a heck of a lot better than 3 or 2 or
Yeah.
9. But,
That's what's on the request list out there.
right. But we, again, we're not going to drop our standards. If we have to work shorthand, we're going to do it. But we need to look to the future because one of Talon's favorite things is in his area, the dilapidated houses, the blight. We need to stop it. We need to stop it because we need to keep Jones County whole, the whole county that we're proud of.
Exactly.
We need to look at that issue. It's not, it affects us.
Right.
We're not in charge of it, but it affects us, unfortunately. When you start getting 12, 13 cars in a yard and grass hadn't been cut in 6 months, and it's just going to lead to more and more. And again, that's where we spend most of our time is on the southern part of the county. A lot of good people there that want it changed. I'm going to try my best to keep it under control.
That's where you can help us at on the proactive side, is letting us, your deputies know, say, hey, you need to call, let them know we got an issue down here, and so, we can look into it.
And
Y'all
I-
see it every day,
Yeah. In our line of business, when a person calls, you're a deputy, you answer these calls, golly, they're calling about a barking dog. Well, it's important to that person. It should be important to us too, because that's what they're paying us to do, is take the small issues too. Everybody wants to be on the big thing, but the small cases usually cause us the most problems. Now, she hadn't said my 7 minutes, but I don't know, maybe I cut her off, but,
Sheriff, at our next meeting, we have a work session at 5 o'clock
Yes.
regarding blight.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that committee constantly asks about littering citations. Is
Mhm.
there any way you could have somebody there from
Sure.
patrol, just to, because they asked us questions that we
Right.
really
Yes,
can't
ma'am.
answer as far as citations.
And again, most of, other than throwing out the whole bags, most of the cups here, the stuff there is out of the back of pickup trucks. Is where most of it occurs. It just amazes me that people will get through with it and throw it back of pickup. And they know it's going to blow somewhere, but I guess ignorance is bliss. And the big question around the county, are you going to run for Senate? Changing the lines. If y'all don't have anything for me, I'll go back sweating.
Sheriff, how's the jail population? I mean,
It's pretty good. We're a little low because we've run out of places right now to put, we still isolate them for 10 days. We're offering, I think next week, maybe the health department will start giving the inmates that want the COVID shots, will start issuing those to them. Very few wanted it. But every nook and cranny we've got somebody stuck in there. We're able to move some out of isolation this weekend in the old female block to move those federal prisoners coming in.
I'd heard rumors that a lot of on the federal side that inmates were saying, I'm not going to get the vaccine, I'm not going to get the shot because if I get COVID, they're not going to want me to stay in here.
Probably some truth to that, but it's.
But that might be a
that's-
thought process. I mean, I think
Yeah.
it'd be good because it will help. I mean, they're in confined situations, and I think it would help to eliminate any of that risk.
And all of our deputies and dispatchers that have gotten it didn't take the shot. That government conspiracy deal. I just sit
I'm
back and
dealing with the
laugh.
same thing too. My drivers are not vaccinated.
Yeah.
But some
And I-
employers are mandating it, and I'm just curious, especially in your line of
Right.
business. It just makes sense to me.
And we've told them, okay, here's a shot. You get COVID. Don't turn in any sick time. That's on you, buddy. You brought this on yourself.
I happened to come up a few weeks ago to pick up backgrounds for work, and Earl brought me into dispatch to show me
Oh, yeah,
how's the construction there going.
And for you that like weapons and stuff, we've got an awesome reality shooting up there now. Boy, it is great. It has schools,
told me I had to
churches,
come back.
everything. It is, matter of fact, they knew you liked them, so Earl was gonna call you sometime after a meeting or something, stop by. It's awesome. It will tell you if the bad guy got you or you got him, and you gotta make a split decision.
You've got
Shoot or
a new one or the one that if you have?
New one, no, this
brand
is
new?
new. Yes, sir.
I ain't tried the new one yet.
Yeah, it's
Even-
awesome.
Me
We
and
have a
Tra-
little competition.
me and Travis had a shootout last time.
Even with the old one was eye-opening, I think everybody needs to do it because it really opens your eyes to when you have an opinion, when you see something on the news, whether this should have happened or this should have happened. When you have that reality of split-second decision, I don't see how trained law enforcement does it, because the untrained person, no matter how many times you shoot a weapon, right, usually that target's not shooting back at you, so or there's no threat that target's going to shoot back at you when it's on a pole out there. But it's unreal the thoughts that go through your mind, and then to me it was the result of, did you shoot at the right time? Did you not shoot at the right time? Did you get shot at the wrong time?
Did you shoot yourself?
Yeah, what you think, perception of what should happen and what did happen is an eye-opener when you take those tests.
If the County Commissioner Association ever has the sheriff from Burke County to speak, y'all need to listen. The guy's awesome. I think he's about a halfway preacher, grew up in a, single, the mother raised him, GED. He's got him several degrees, but he's an awesome speaker, and he's gonna tell it like it is on both sides.
So you were cutting grass?
Yeah, yes, sir. No, I was cutting trees and stuff, moving them limbs, but I did. I put a little baby powder on me, so I wouldn't. It's so funky. Yeah, I got a little tattoo.
And the shorty
of bacon.
shorts.
Yeah.
How's the goat business?
It's rough. I've been losing the heck out of them.
Really?
Yeah. So when it was raining so much, the worms. It has not been good. Prices are great, but
Yeah, they say there's more money in goats than there is in cows.
They got to be healthy to sell them, though, right?
that's right.
Or at least upright.
4 down, not 4 up.
Yeah.
We appreciate it, Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
So much.
Thank y'all.
Y'all be
Thank
careful
you.
out there. Anybody got in touch with Vicky?
Yeah, she's on her way.
And Tiffany's on her way too.
Right.
Doing an all call. Come on.
We're,
Matt can't be here. He's doing a golf tournament.
okay.
He'll be here as soon as it is
We are
complete.
gonna continue to stream, and if it's our way, I won't stop it.
Yeah, it's a high school, yeah.
Jason, on our salaries line item that we were budget here, did that include all employees or just?
Yeah, the $3.95?
Yeah, that includes
Yeah, that was
sheriff, volunteer, part-time. Did we?
Yeah, it would have all that in there.
Because I know last time we included part-time in there, so, okay.
Yeah, it has everything.
That's good, that it's all in there. Like Prego, if we're making spaghetti, we want to know
Yeah.
it's in there.
Yes. Question I was going, you did good. I don't have to ask it now.
Mm-hmm.
I checked it for you. I checked the sheriff. How am I doing? I could be an assistant clerk
I know.
in the sheriff's office. I'd be an ugly assistant clerk.
I was gonna say,
Ooh, yeah. I don't know, I got pretty legs though, check it
I
out.
believe we had to, you'd have to run an advertisement.
Phone number what?
After 11,
I got you.
November 11th?
it's in,
Is it the 4th through the 8th?
Oh, you- the
11th,
ACCG
12th, and
thing?
13th.
Yeah.
And that following Monday too.
yeah,
14th and 15th is the final classes.
It's
11 through the 15th.
Yeah, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, right?
And Tuesday, yeah.
11th through 15th.
Oh, no, you're right, Monday, yeah, that's
I
right.
was gonna say 11th is Thursday, because that's the holiday, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't know Veterans Day? We
Yes,
killed
sir.
3 big deer on the 11th. That's the only day that I know of.
That's on the 11th.
Yeah, November 11th.
I put it down for
first weekend, and we've already booked for Stephen Hatch the second weekend. So now I gotta tell Chris, guess what? You know, that first weekend you wanted to go, we can go then.
Sam, are you having to use personal leave, or do they allow you to code your leave different for commissioner work?
At the school, well,
Don't go to 11th. My bad.
So when I first went there, I
12.
said, basically told them, if there's leadership classes, then
12th is the first
it's
day.
code is professional leave.
Yeah, but y'all
for
usually go
learning.
down the night
But if
before.
it is
Yeah.
like legislative updates,
To
going
sign
to Capitol,
in.
stuff like that, I just take
Miss
annual
Vicky,
leave,
come on
take my
forward.
leave on that. But if it's, like there's one, it's like leadership.
I got it.
development
You snuck
class.
in on me.
When I reckon I should have said when I was on the way,
About leadership.
I have to come from the board.
It applies here like it applies everywhere else.
My
But,
pictures.
yeah, anything like that,
Jason.
I'm real careful about that just because I don't want anybody to question, you know, if it's something
I got pictures
that's
on my phone.
like,
He'll be
we're doing
back in just a
something
minute.
here, I'm taking off there because I know, first time I said it on the news, wait a minute, that's a Thursday at 2:00 in the afternoon? How's that happen? But yeah, make sure I take it when I.
So the 11th is your data.
Oh, yes, but I usually try to hunt the 1st of November to about the 12th, 15th of November. That's
Jason,
my best time.
Vicky has pictures she wants you to show.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I'll do it first. He's got that
She's got a
Dodge.
phone, she just passed it around.
yeah, I do have pictures on my phone.
So is this Bluetooth connected or network? It's through Apple TV.
And I don't have no iPhone.
But what I can do, I think, is email it to myself or just fill out somebody email. You don't have it in an email on your phone, by any chance, do you?
I have it in a whole bunch of emails because I emailed her individually so it wouldn't take so long.
Okay.
Let's see what I got. I did it through a. I have them in a Photos app through Google and it says I can share.
Oh, okay. Hang on just a second.
Uh-huh. Let me make sure.
You got an iPhone?
It's really a Google phone.
Mine's a Google Pixel.
I like mine.
I love
Dodge telephones.
all of you iPhone, Apple.
But it's
You know,
really
my
through,
son
it's,
used to say, you know how when somebody.
it's through
you know,
Google.
How you know if somebody's got a iPhone? So that, I said, don't worry, they'll tell you.
Really, it's just a picture of all the benches and the tables where they have been cracked and everything, if I just want to.
Visualize it.
We visualize
Let me
it.
visualize it.
But I have, the only place I could find that was like kind of localish was called Greenleaf, Garden Center off of Hartley Bridge Road. And for $456, that's for a table and 3 benches, and there are 5 groups at Carroll's Park. And they are all in bad
And they're
shape.
the concrete tables.
Yes. And they all have cracks and they're cracking and they've been repaired and Mr. Charles has been out there and had us fix them some and they're just getting in. They've been there since I'm scared somebody like big might sit on them and would fall through.
Yeah, I'm 100% for the replacing them because I know that they're in a prominent spot.
Right.
Everywhere, but I was thinking
Concrete.
we could, replace them with something besides concrete, but if we could get an Eagle Scout and take it on as a project, and then that could have that perpetual part to it where every 3 or 4 years, we got a Eagle Scout that does that, keeps at it, because part of theirs is
Right.
doing the project and then
Mhm.
maintenance on it. So if they do it for 3 years, 4 years,
Right.
then you get another, even if it's out of wood, we did a lot of that at our parks, and it works out well because you keep a new wooden table and a wooden bench every 3 or 4 years. So even just discolored and stained and
Right.
all that.
School's got that, who's, isn't somebody doing construction at school? Not Mike Smith, it's,
Yeah,
I thought he just did welding.
Mark does welding, Smith does welding, and
And Woods Construction?
Hollow does wood construction.
That's a good partnership right there at the school to
Yeah, they'll,
build us.
they've
some
told me
tables.
time and time again, if we need something built, just let them know. We furnish material, they'll do it.
The big long tables that are in the park area in front of my building, those are tables that the school constructed. The shorter tables are the ones that I purchased from the Girl Scout troop.
Well, whatever, they have to be round because the brick thing that they're on are round.
The patio.
Little patio areas.
That would be something, probably a specialty to construct, but I would think Girl Scout, Boy Scouts, whatever, just even if we buy them from them, I think that supports the program and the local economy.
Other than benches, what else?
That it?
That was it.
And we done,
Benches and tables.
did good.
All right.
Thank you.
All
Mr.
right.
Jackson's here, boy.
Right on time.
Come on, Mr. Jackson.
I was thinking of the campaign.
See, y'all had me ready, because I knew I was gonna be behind, John, and it's like, John will take forever. That's why I wasn't in no hurry.
We're running totally out of schedule, but we're running way ahead, so come on.
I just want to go on record if that's the fastest I've ever gotten ready in my entire life.
Hey.
Who
But,
called you?
Shannon did. But I just
Good
looked at
girl.
my phone. I told her at 11:25 I'd be here in 30 minutes, and it was 11:55.
No,
I just want to point out my excellence. That's all. I'm sorry. I just want to take a minute and do that. I'm sorry.
No, you didn't have to do your makeup or straighten
Your hair's a little wet.
It's a little wet. Yeah, I didn't put any product in it.
What is
But, I
it?
mean, it's not exact excellence, but
But the way you said it too, you looked almost like a James Bond.
that's fine.
So now everybody knows you're excellent.
That's fine.
Let's get it out there.
In a James Bond kind of way.
You know, if you can't laugh at yourself, laugh at other people, right? So,
Oh, she missed when the sheriff told us about his shorts and white paper shirts.
Oh, yeah, he said he couldn't, he wasn't gonna show up with sexy legs.
It'd be too much for him to handle.
Oh,
Did you get him?
I didn't, sorry.
I see him.
has my time started yet?
Yeah.
Okay. This is fairly simple. We are only asking for the exact budget that we had last year, and we have no special projects or special interest requests or anything, so it's extremely simple. If you have any questions, concerns, comments, constructive criticism.
No, I think y'all doing a great job. I mean, you've got some great ideas you share with me on future plans with your department. I think they're great.
That's my number one goal right now, is to get fully staffed again. That's the only goal, but that just takes time. So,
Brennan, it may not even be in your department wheelhouse, or you might not. Is there any emphasis on either air quality or indoor air quality through your department?
no, sir.
Okay.
Not specifically not indoor air quality. There might be air quality in general, but not indoor. So,
I told you it was totally off base. It was somebody else had asked me about it with some UGA involvement, and I said, well, we'll see if we do it within ours. And they were looking more for students to kind of work their way into an indoor air quality program through the engineering side of it, or and then into a kind of like a pathway, curriculum pathway type thing.
it might be a different college, but our college that's not our wheelhouse, I guess. So,
What do you see your department? Do you see anything future you'd like to see happen in your department that we'd be involved in?
I'm an old short-term guy right now, so just short-term of really just getting us back 100% operational with the ag agent, 4-H agent, and our 4-H educator. So that's my main thing right now. I am, just so y'all know, starting Wednesday, I'll be starting my second master's degree through the university. So we'll be doing plant protection and pest management. So I have it limited to where I'll only be out of the office starting at like 3 o'clock on Wednesday afternoons. So it's very limited away kind of thing. They have it set up where we can zoom in as agents. So, but I guess like right now I can't see past that short-term goal. So because everything else kind of hinges on that. So there's a million things in the future I'd like to try to get involved in, but until we have other things in place, it's kind of a moot issue.
Facility.
Sir?
Facility, location.
That's been an idea I've had of potentially having a different location, primarily because this building is a place of business, and we have a lot of kids that are really loud. So, I've thought about trying to find a different location for us to be in, just so that we can not be as much of a hindrance. And they can get really loud. I really want to overemphasize that, of how loud those kids can get. So, I think that would be a future endeavor as well. I have who's this live stream to again? Everybody. Okay.
That wants to join in.
I have I've looked at a few different locations, but availability, I guess, is the biggest thing, and that would obviously be something that y'all would have to agree to us being in a different location, and all that entails in that. So.
Something we don't think about, because you brought that up a while back about different locations. But obviously, it needs to be centralized. I think you made a mention of going out there, some other property, it's kind of a little out of sort out there.
The original, the 17 acres, but there is still a school in our community.
And I've looked at that as well, just trying to see if that would be a possibility, because that's a really great neighborhood to be able to try to get a lot of work done in addition to just having the space. That would be really great for us to be able to have demonstration rooms, and there's a gym there, and there's a field at the bottom that would work really well in the sense of experimental gardens or different youth activities and things like that. So.
And it'd be a great tie, I think, with Parks and Rec, too, to give the kids another place to play. There's a gym, of course. Outdoor ag is just a huge opportunity, I think. And then if we do an exploratory with fire safety, if it's beyond the fire station where active live things can happen in the interim, that's another great training site. So workforce development, too.
Great potential in that area.
Mm-hmm.
We appreciate you. We ain't got anything else. We should definitely appreciate you and your office. They do for this community. We're building our future for sure.
Thanks, sir.
Keep up the good work.
Thank y'all.
Hey, thank you for your time.
You have a wonderful Saturday.
And we recognize your record-breaking.
Excellent.
You didn't know
nice
that,
to-
you'd come in shorts and T-shirts.
Yeah, well, it's nice to not be alone in recognizing that.
I'm sure your mother's proud of you. If not, I'll let her know.
I'm hoping she's not watching, because
Oh, I videoed it
if
for
she
her.
was, then I probably got a text message that said, "Shut up." But anyway, thank y'all so much.
All right,
Y'all have a
appreciate
good
it.
Oh, we're on a roll.
We are.
Great, lunchtime.
When's Tiffany coming?
She was going to try to be here by 12:15.
I'm
I'm going to call her and see where she's at.
Oh, I was just wondering. Your lunch is here. If y'all want to bring it.
What?
Yeah, let's break for lunch.
If she comes, we'll just do a working lunch.
Second.
Can somebody list the food, please?
Well, let's, are we good?